Well, good evening everyone. At least here it's evening. Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, whatever time it might be at your place. Welcome to the Ostriv Q&A stream. And hopefully we can have a lot of questions, but also a lot of answers, because, you know, that's the whole point of this thing. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Road Dog. Nice to see you both in chat. How are you doing today? Hope all is well. I can see Road Dog is really tired, feeling worn out. What did you do today then? Did you have to go to the shop to restock on beer? That can be quite tiring. But yeah, thank you all for being here. Hope everybody's doing good. I loaded up my stream from last March. This is the last time we streamed this game. And I thought we'd just get started with this for a little bit. We'll build a little bit so that people can come to the stream. And then if you have any questions or anything, just, you know, put them out here. And I will try to answer them, or somebody in chat can try to answer them. And let me make it clear that I in no way believe I have all the answers or that I know everything about the game, but I do have my share of hours in the game, and I do have... oh, let me turn the music down a little bit, because it's quite loud in my ear. I do have my share, and of course I have a great interest in the game, so I just enjoy looking up things and learning stuff and all that. So that's what I've been doing. And hopefully that can help some people to get some of their questions answered. That's the whole idea. So, well, you know, let's hope we can do some live stuff. I have done a little bit of preparation. Kevin submitted some questions, and I got some questions via YouTube as well from Milan and Patmos. And I have some general things I would like to talk about at some point. But most of all, of course, I want to get your questions and all, so, you know, feel free to chat. Let me know what you want me to talk about, what questions you have, or topics you want me to touch on, and then we'll see what I can do. I think I'll just set up a little bit of a build queue here, so that at least we're doing something. But it could well be that we're going to jump save games of mine, so that we can, you know, if I want to show a certain thing that's in another save, we'll just jump a save, and I will show you what I want to show you in another save. So that's probably how it's going to be. Hello, Gordon. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hey, Richie Rich. Finally, I made it to another live show. Woohoo! There you are. Nice to have you on board. How are you doing today? Hey, Saskia! It's been a while. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you're all okay. Haven't seen you in a bit. Nice to see you here. How have you been? Hopefully all is well. But I guess it is. I really enjoy hearing you guys in the farming game. Ah, yeah, I saw all your comments on the farming streams. That was so cool. You always have a delightful insight into that. Happy to be back. Well, welcome back, Saskia. Hope you're okay. We can see we have a little bit of a cart need. Now, of course, this town wasn't focused on infrastructure, as my series is at the moment. So I doubt we have a lot of carts in here. Should be able to check that, though. Population. We have 91 carts. Oh, that's actually not that bad for a population of 800. Could do better, I guess, but it's not that bad. Let's hit speed 2. To get the hang of this town again. I have so many towns going that sometimes you miss a bit where you are at. But yeah, we just built this area now with the nice gazebo in the middle. Okay, cool. Let's just copy this and start to build a little area out here. Why not? You can see the terrain is taking its effect, so I'm going to change up some of these a little bit. If we have to. There we go. Just want to get some stuff going for the build queue, so that it's not like we're not doing anything or we're not building anything. There we go. Yeah, that should work. Put this one at the end. Do we have some wells out here? Yeah, one. Yeah, might need a second one. Do we have stones? Stone. 600. Might go for a regular well then. We can incorporate it in this area soon. Alright, so a few of the topics that we're going to touch on today are, of course, the economics. Lots of questions about that. And about managing your city, mostly in the beginning. That's also where most people struggle, usually. Once you have your town going, then you can go for a while. And then usually you see people getting some problems when they get into the later game where you have like 1,000, 1,500 people, and then it's easy to lose track of what you have, how stuff works. So those are things that I would like to talk about. Let's see. We could just go over one of the questions that I got in the beginning from Kevin. And he says, what is the most efficient way to generate money early in a game? Which is a good question, because early in the game, all you have is your starting 2,000 and a little bit of money that your villagers bring with them when they join your town. How does that work? Well, they all come in with a certain income. You can see the wealth of this family right now is 39.50, which is most likely due to the fact that I have set a threshold of 40. So as soon as somebody accumulates more than 40 wealth, we start to tax them, and we tax them quite heavily. So their wealth will top at 40, and that's it. Which you can see right here. The wealth tax is going up each year simply because we are actually making them pay taxes. But they come in with a certain amount. This family has 39. This family, all see, they all are close to 40. When you start a new game and a family the starting families all have between 15 and or between 10 and 25 ducats, which is not a lot. You start out with 9 families, so if we say they have like 15 ducats on average, you get 135 extra ducats. So you have the starting 2,000 and you have 135 ducats. That's all you have to run your economy with. So making some early game money is important. Now, one way to make easiest money, of course, is with charcoal piles. You simply place a charcoal pile anywhere where you want it. You have to keep in mind, though, that charcoal is burning when created. So they're putting in firewood in a place. They light it up and then it will turn into charcoal. And that is not good for health. Now, health is a thing in the game. It's not the biggest thing. But you can see these families live relatively close to the charcoal piles. And you could see here that the health is not perfect. Could be better. And it will slowly start to deteriorate the more they are in polluted areas. And it could be that this guy has higher health. See, this guy has perfect health, even though he's already 31 as well. Because he doesn't live so close to something that is polluting. So it does its effect. Also, the smithy has that effect. So we could see the same effect out here, that this guy is losing health. He didn't lose health yet, so that's good. He's already slightly further out than these people are. But yeah, these might have some health issues because they live so close to a health hazard. Now, those distances aren't too big, so don't worry about it too much. But yeah, if I were to place a charcoal pile right here, then yes, we can be sure that some of these people will get ill at some point, and that for that you need the barber surgeon to fix that. You will not get that in the early game, so that might be a problem at some point, because you need bricks for it, for instance, so that takes a bit of time. But the best way to make money early game is charcoal piles. You just place the charcoal pile, you see them here. Once it's emptied out, and we can see this one will be emptied out soon, laborers will come in and start to fill it up with firewood. They need 10,000 firewood for it, and they will be burning, and then it will be burning to somewhere between 8,200 and 9,000. That's basically the amount you're gonna get. And you can sell that to a village called Derkachi. Let's send a messenger there so you can see that deal. And that can generate some very good money in the beginning. And that basically is the easiest way to make money. Just get your charcoal piles up, because you start the game, you have to build a forester to actually get trees chopped down so you can make wood and you can build your houses. And while they do that, they will also create firewood. I'm just going to find me a forester right here. They will create logs, wood, and then firewood. So you get an easy amount of that. So out of one log, then they can make 2,500 firewood. So all they have to do is chop 4 logs, and you can fill up a charcoal pile with firewood. And you can start to sell that in your trading post. So that's the easiest way. Another good way to make money is via your saltworks. Where's my saltworks? Right here. Now, saltworks has a special requirement because salt is in the ground and you have to find it. So you can see with all the red dots, there is no salt there. Here we see some green dots, meaning that there's actually salt in the ground here, and we can place it over that. So if you are very unlucky and you pick a starting point where there is no salt close, then you might have a problem. But on most maps, salt will always be somewhat close. You can see this whole area doesn't hold any salt. So yeah, oh, here's a little bit. Yeah, see, this is a tough area. Here are a few spots with salt. You just built your salt works. You have to get 2 oxen in it to operate it. But then it will just create an indefinite amount of salt. And it needs a bit of charcoal, but that's all free to get. And then you can sell the salt, which also makes you good money. I'm checking if I can see if this one... No. You can buy salt for 0.10. Selling it will be probably a little bit cheaper, but I don't know. Out of my mind. But yeah, it will be a little bit more work to get to the oxen that you need for the salt works, but that's also a good way to make early game money. And the third way you could go for is either importing leather, turning it into shoes and then selling the shoes, or get a cow shed going, slowly get your cows growing up, and once they're full, spread them out over multiple cow sheds. That's why I always have multiple, so that I can get a good stock. And then whenever you slaughter an adult animal, which is 1 year or older, you get 100 meat and 100 hides for it. You can tan those hides in the tanner, which requires water, lime, bark, and the hides. And then that leather can be turned into shoes. And every 25 leather turns into 50 shoes. So the amount of leather that you have doubles up in terms of shoes. So if you produce like 1,000 leather a year, you can produce 2,000 shoes a year. Now we have a town of 870 people. Our people also need shoes. But I can already show you right here that what we're selling each year, this one is a little bit easier, sold is the lime green one. You can see that our town only sells a little above or below 200 shoes a year. So if we only produce 1,000 leather a year, we can make 2,000 shoes. 10% will be sold in town, the other 90% we can sell off to make money. And shoes make good money. You can see right here, charcoal goes for 0.05. But if we sell 13,000 right now, we can make almost 700. If we just sell the 10,000 that we have in the export stock, we will make 500 coins. And remember, you start out with only 2,000 coins in your account and what your villagers have. So earning 500 coins just from charcoal that you can get basically for free is a lot of money. That's a quarter of your starting money. So yeah, of course we have a deal here. We're going to sell some charcoal. Shoes will actually make you 0.32, which is a lot of money. Let's say we sell 1,000 shoes. We already make 320 coins. Now in this case we have 2,000 in the export stock. You can, by the way, click this amount and then it will show up here. We can make 640 coins just by selling 2,000 shoes. It would only cost us 1,000 leather and some thread. So yeah, we make a deal. Now we made 2 little deals for stuff that you can get relatively early in the game in the first few years. And this will make us 1,140 coins. So it is very important that, especially in the beginning of the game, you make works of charcoal and soon start to work towards shoes if you want to grow your economy and actually make money for your whole economy. Another thing you can sell is clothes, but it's a little bit harder to make because you have to get the you have to use the farms to grow hemp or flax, turn that into cloth, then make the clothing, and that requires all the farmland and all. And especially if you're struggling a bit with food, I would use most of your farmlands for food and not for clothing production. I hope that answered your question a little bit, Kev, about what are the best ways to get some early game money. For me, those are the best ways to get some early game money. Well, later in this stream, we'll talk a little bit more about the broader economy and what it does and what it runs, because there's quite a few misconceptions about how the economy actually works. And I've been getting a lot of questions about that too. So we'll talk about that. We have a family that is out of food. Now the question is why? Well, they probably just got married. Now they are starting to buy their goods and they have to take their time a bit. We can check quickly our resources, what we have in terms of food. We take a look at dried fruits. We have 20,000 stored. We have no fish stored. Do we have any buckwheat? Yeah, we have 7,000 buckwheat. We have 10,000 flour. So there's plenty of food to go around. They just need to buy it. And you don't need to be too alarmed by some of these icons. Now, I think I missed a few people coming in, so let me just say hi. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Cooper, welcome in. Good to see you. Is there any benefit to having more people working the cow sheds or sheep pens? Hello, Harumasu. Welcome in. Good to see you. I will answer your question. Hello, Milan. Welcome in. Nice that you're here. You have to go in 10 minutes. Ah, no worries. I'm just happy that you're here, man. Thanks for all your nice comments. I love it. So that's good. All on my videos. I always try to answer them. That's so cool. Is there a benefit? Yes, there is. Here we have the cow shed. And you can see this one is producing milk. Now, milk is actually done actively by the workers. So they have to milk a cow, basically. You won't really see that, so you won't see them do that, as far as I know. But it's actually something that they have to do. Which means the more workers you have in your cow shed, the more milk they will produce from the cows. It would actually be interesting if I could test it out in this game, but I don't have a way to specify where the milk comes from. But what we could do is go over the numbers right now, and then I'll show you. Milk. HIJKLM. There we are, milk. Here we can see how much we produce, spent, and how much perished. We can see there's almost no perishment. There's also nothing stored because I immediately use the milk because milk spoils really quickly. So I want to make it into something. I always make cheese because that will stay good for the longest. You can see we produced and spent almost everything, which is great. I like that. We have nothing stored and hopefully also nothing perished. But we produce around 15,000 milk, 15,000, 16,000. So we produce some good milk. Now we're just going to try this. Let's take the workers out. It is already July though, so this will give a little bit of a misguided view for the rest of the year. But we should already see that by the end of the year that we didn't produce as much as the other years. And the same goes for the sheep. So it does make a difference. You have to make sure that you have the most women in there to produce as much milk as you can. Now, when you start out, of course, and you have one cow shed, you have you bought 4 cows and a bull just to get started so that they can start to reproduce and you can slowly start to fill out all of your cow sheds. Then I guess it won't be too much of a problem if you only have like 2 ladies in there because they won't produce a lot of milk anyway. And the food that you're going to get from 4 cows is so minimal that you can do with a few people less. And you can probably need those in other areas of your town, especially if you're just started building up your town. But then as soon as you get further into the game, it will very much be worth it to have a lot of those ladies in there. You can see right here, we produced around 15,000 milk, which leads to, because we're turning it into cheese, we produce around 4,700 cheese. We have even gotten a year where we produced 4,800 cheese. That's quite a bit of food. And cheese takes a long time to spoil, 18 months. So you can spread it around easily. And it will stay good a lot longer than milk, so it won't spoil that quickly. And this actually contributes to a lot of the food supply in the town. It's not the best, especially if you know that an average adult villager will eat around 100 food a year. It varies a bit depending on their wealth, on their health, on how busy they are. They can eat somewhere between 80 to 120 a year, so it averages out around 100. So even if we produce 4,700 cheese a year, that is basically enough food for 47 villagers to survive for a year. Now, of course, we have to meet their variety requirements, so you have to spread it out over multiple villagers, but it is a good way to see how much you actually produce. So we have 4 cow sheds, and with that cheese we only supply 47 villagers for our whole town, and we have a town of 888, which is not the highest. Given the fact that we have 20 people working in these cow sheds and also laborers helping out, that's actually a lot of people doing a lot of work for a little bit of food. So I always use all my animals, as complementary food. So it's not my main source of food. That's from the farms and from the garden houses. And I added to it with the cows and the sheep and the chickens to get the variety needs more easily. But it won't be your main source of food. Ooh, lots of chats going on. Hey, Jeannie, nice to see you. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for your comment. I feel so honored. How are you? And welcome in chat. Worker in cow and sheep shed. Also feed the animals. So have small hay rack close to the shed is a good thing. Labor fill them up but not feed the animals. Yep, that's true. So if you can get your hay barracks closed, that is really nice because laborers can fill up the hay sheds. And then you still have to feed your animals. So laborers can actually bring the food in here, but you still need ladies to distribute the food. We might actually go with 2 just to make sure that our cows won't die of starvation or anything. So we'll do that. And then we can still see the effect from having 2 or 5 people into the cow shed. That's actually a good one. Thanks, Cooper. But yeah, there is an effect. Is there a percentage of houses with a garden and without a garden? There's no way I believe that you can see a percentage. You can see a lot of stuff. You can see stuff about vehicles. We can see how much livestock we have. So right now we have 100 cows. We can see stuff about unemployment, looking for a job, workers. There's no way to see how many types of houses you have in like a graph. There is a way, of course. You can simply hover over your houses and you can see here in the corner here. Oops. So above houses here, you will see the number right here appearing. We have 82 garden houses and we have 148 the regular houses. You can also go over all your row houses, see how many you have. We have built a few. See, we have built 2 corner row houses, 3-story, 1 with a store in it, and 2 with an arcade in it. But you cannot see the percentages. Of course, you can do the calculations yourself. So 82 times 2 is 164. So we have a little bit more than a third is village houses with a garden, probably around like 38%, 37%, and the rest is village houses and a few of these. So you can do the calculations yourself. And that goes for all buildings. You can see how many you have. So we have 3 farms, we have 3 orchards, we have 9 windmills. So you can see the numbers that you have, but not in like a graph where you can see the percentages and all. Hey, GTSBBSPS8000, welcome in. Happy to catch this. Thank you. We're happy to have you. And thank you for all your comments on my videos. That is so much appreciated. I hope you don't mind my long answers. I'm just, I always use a lot of words to say. Probably not so much, but I always try to give elaborate answers so that I really can explain myself. Hey, PSV, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Is the hayfield is a bit away from the sheds? Oh yeah, if you have your hay fields away from the sheds, then that is a very good thing to get these close. But I try to always make little areas. So we have the cows, they have wells next to them. So you can see there's 3 wells out here. We have the hay barracks next to it, and we have the shed, the hay storages next to it. So everything is really close. It is important nowadays that you fence off the area for your hay barracks, or for your hay dryers. Because you can see my hay output is 400, and that goes for all. This one has a little bit less because there's a little bit of a road in here that takes from how much hay you can produce. If you have villagers walking through your hay areas, you can get it even up to almost 0. So they will not be effective. So the best way to go with your hay dryers is to fence them off for a good portion. Just leave an opening somewhere so that the ladies can get in. And they can actually do their job. And they won't come in here very often, so they will not be creating a lot of roads. But then you get the most yield out of your hay dryers. No, labor do not take hay into the shed. Only workers do that. Oh, really? I thought you can also do that with laborers. Oh, that's actually interesting. But now I want to try that out, actually. That would be interesting. I don't think I have a lot of hay laborers available at the moment. Nope. Oh, it's harvesting time. See, they're busy with the harvest. I actually want to check that out at some point to see if we do get laborers that actually bring in the goods. Because I believe I had a cow shed once that I just placed and set up, but didn't put anybody in. And then laborers still came to put in the goods. So we're going to check that. That'll be interesting. You're most welcome. Love the long answers. Sorry for the long username. You can just call me Julie. Oh, I hope I can remember that, Julie, because I have a hard time remembering names, and also it'll be a problem for me, but I will try to do my best. And of course, already, thank you all so much for being here. Thanks for the questions you're already submitting. Keep submitting them. I will try to answer them all. If you really want to let me know that a question is for me, please use the tag like Cooper does. So use the @ and then Patmos4 so that I see it light up. Then I know it's a specific question for me. Is it better to have 2 people at the windmills? They don't seem to get a batch done faster. They seem to end up working at the same time. Yeah, that can be an issue. So in general, I would say having 2 people in here. See, this one is working, this one is taking a rest. So this guy is now producing a batch while the other guy is resting. So in general, I would say the answer is yes. Get 2 workers in because they can work in shifts. But it has to line up a little bit. And for me, it works out perfect. As you can see, this guy is visiting the church. He's working. He's now turning the windmill to the wind direction. So yeah, it works out. But yeah, it can happen, especially, let's take this windmill for example. We have this one. One is taking a rest, one is going to work. So now nothing is being done. But let's say one guy lives in here and he goes to work. And the other guy lives here and he goes to work. If you put them in at the same time, they will be here at the same time for the first shift. But as soon as they're both done, this guy will take a walk that is shorter than that guy. So he will have his rest time coming up a little bit quicker than this guy. And then in the end, it will always mingle a bit. So it could be that right now they're both on the same time at work. But it could also be that a year later, they're actually completely alternating and you get the most out of it. So that can differ a bit. It all has to do with distances, how long are they doing other stuff and things like that. See, these are now both working. Which is not that good. On the other hand, if we run out of wheat, the other guy can get the wheat already. So even if they're both there, they can still both do stuff. But I would always say put 2 in, because there's a bigger chance that, see, they're now both taking a rest, going to work. This one is actually working, so this one is already producing, this one is going to work, and that's always better than not having 2 in. You can also see there's different speeds in the windmills. Let me get onto this straight away. I placed these 2 too close, which means that this one is now catching all the wind. This one is producing at the fastest rate. This one is actually producing a bit slower. And that can really hamper with your whole production. You'll be like, hey, I built 2 extra windmills, I doubled up, but I don't get double the production. Leave some space between your windmills because the actual batch production can be slower. So that's why I started spreading them out at some point, because these produce faster than these. Just a little tip there. At what point do you switch out coal export to some more lucrative trade? You don't. Let me get this messenger here. You can see this town offers some products and it sells you some products. You can do 5 deals at the same time. So why would you stop trading a certain resource if you don't use all your slots yet? Of course, if you are really using all your slots, it will always be best to go for the most profitable ones. But I rarely use all slots with one town, so why would I not trade a certain resource if I can get money that way? And another thing is, when you start out the game, in the first year, if you get visited by their Kachi and you sell them charcoal, you will sell them somewhere between 8,000 and 9,000, depending on what time in the year it is, because their demand slowly grows. The first time you send them that amount, you make a lot of money. If a year later, that visitor from their Kachi comes again, you will see that you will only be able to sell them somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 charcoal. Because their demand slowly adds up. So every month their demand gets a bit higher and it will slowly build up to like 2,500 in a year and you can sell them that again. But every time you sell them a batch of charcoal, their demand will go up a little bit faster. And you won't notice that effect straight away, but you will notice it after like 10, 20, 30 years. So it could be that in the beginning they only request 2,500 a year, and in 10 years that will be added up to maybe 5,000 a year or 6,000 a year. And I know Cooper's been running towns for a very, very, very long time. And he gets trade deals where he sells 200,000 charcoal in a year to Dekarchi. Because the demand will just get faster and faster and faster. And if you play a town for 150 years, you can really sell them a lot of charcoal. And that, of course, is a lot of free money because you don't have to invest a lot into charcoal. So they will make you very good money. But you have to take the time with the town to build up that demand in the other towns around your little world. So it actually makes sense to keep those trades going so that the demand goes up faster and faster and faster. Do we need anything from this? No. Do we need to sell anything? Well, we can sell 500 shoes, 1,225. Nice money. Let's see, what else is there? Oh well, I'm glad that my comment was received positively. Very positive, very positive. Thanks so much, Jeannie. How are you doing? Hope you're good. And if you have any questions or anything, just feel free to ask. Everybody can ask. Easiest to check is in winter when cows and sheep eat from the hay storage. Ah, yes, that's a good time to check. But we can also just see if we can catch a laborer bringing in resources. I think they're still a little bit busy on the farm. Although, yeah, we have some people available. I hope I set this up right. Yep, they can do it by cart, but not by hand. So if we click this, laborer by hand, they might actually do it with the... let's just do it on this one. Laborer by hand. Supplying water. So here you can see this laborer is now coming in to supply water to the actual cow shed. So they can supply water to it as laborers. They will do that. It's not like they will not bring it into the cow shed. We don't know about the hay yet, but maybe we can discover that soon. Is there a town? No, because they're all out in the pasture, so they won't eat hay. Soon as in the winter, we can check it. But we can already see that this laborer is actually bringing in water to the place here. And now, see, she's supplying water. Another one's coming in to supply water. So they can actually, as laborers, supply water to your cow shed. We already learned that. And we're going to check the hay during the winter. You switch it out when the town have no coal for your own demands. That's true, that's true. If you don't have any coal to spare, then yeah, you switch it out. Hello, Silo. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? I sell coal 24/7 year-round. Yeah, I know that. How long does it take? Hey, I see Mike. Welcome in, Mike. Good to see you. How are you doing? How long does it take for the forest fields to be ready to harvest? Good question. I think Cooper might know the answer, actually. I don't know. You can't really see when this area was fully planted and when it will be ready. I think it is either 1 year or 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure. But Cooper might know. It is, as far as I know, true that the tree that's planted the first will also grow faster. So you can see they started planting here, and these trees are already way bigger than the last that they planted, which are very small out here. So it can also be that this tree will soon be ready to be chopped down, while this one still takes a while. But I believe it is 1 year, and then you should be able to start harvesting only those trees that actually are a year old. But maybe Cooper can shed his light on that. That is what I did experience myself. When you run out of woods, you can cut. Yeah, well, you never run out of woods you can cut, basically, because you can tell your forester to plant an extra area. I already made him do 2 areas, and I want to make another one so that we can alternate between those. Why? Well, this one still has to go, so let's build this one first, and then I'll show you why. And I learned this from Cooper, by the way. Cooper is very, very knowledgeable about this game. Yeah, that's too long. I was afraid of that. It's also not really picking in here. There we go. Too long. There we go. So now they can start to plant that. See, they're all coming out now. I've told them to not produce anything. They should only plant. So we can now also check. It is now October 1739. They're planting the first trees. And then in a year, I think they should be ready. But we'll have to check. Could also be 2 years. But basically in this setup you cannot run out of wood, because once this one is fully ready, I will tell them to chop down these. This one can still grow, and this one they can keep reforestating at the same time. And then once this one is emptied out, this one will be ready. This one is also sown in, so we can switch it around one. I can tell them to cut this one, so I'm not allowing them to chop any trees in any of these yet. We'll only do that when I'm ready for it. And then you basically build a rotation system. So there's always one field in which they can chop, one that is growing, and one that they are replanting. And you can do like a 3-crop rotation with this. And then you never run out of any trees to cut. And if one area of this is not enough, then you build another one with another forestry. I'm having trouble with my people filling the charcoal, so I'm not getting much now. They're not really filling your charcoal piles. Ooh, that can have a multitude of factors. You can see right here, this needs 10,000 charcoal. They're awaiting 9,000 because I have a bunch of laborers. All the women do it by hand. Most of the males use a cart, and they will supply resources here. So this male's also using it. I need a little bit more information for your town to answer that specifically. How big is your town? How many people do you have? And do you have a good bunch of laborers available all the time? If I know those two, I can make an educated guess and I can hopefully give you a tip on how to fix it. And how many charcoal piles do you have? That's another question that I have. Watching YouTube and packing some house will be closing before weekend. Unless something changes. Ah, okay. Is it time for you to move to your new house then? Oh, nice. Is there a limit to how big or old a town can grow? Not as far as I know, in terms of there's no end date. So you can basically keep going and going and going. Of course, if you somehow mess up and you run out of firewood, run out of food, whatever, and people start to leave, then you might start a big cataclysm and you'll be in trouble. But if you manage your town well, then you can basically, I believe, play forever. And the only limit that you have is the amount of space on the map. And then again, you still have a lot of options because you can always destroy a village house where only one family can live, and you can build a 3-story apartment in its place, which can hold up to 8 families if you build the right one. So you can get a lot of people. See, this one has room for 6 people. This one has 4. This one, oh yeah, the max is 6, I believe. But yeah, you can have a row house here with 6 households. So yeah, if you replace all your regular houses with row houses, then yeah, you can grow a long way. You do have to manage your food, of course, so you need to keep your farm spaces and all that. But you can basically build very big towns. For me, the biggest factor before... Also, one of the questions that I got was, how big do your towns usually get? From Milan. Before I had this computer, whenever I was on my old computer, whenever I got up to like 2,000 people, my computer would start to stutter a bit. It had trouble running the game. I could still run it perfectly on speed 1, but as soon as I did speed 2, the autosaves would take longer and longer every time, and it would start to stutter a bit, and I don't like that. I want smooth gameplay. So then I always build up my towns around 2,000. I can now run a lot bigger, so I can go, I don't know how long I can go on. But that was for me the reason to usually stop towns, because my computer simply wouldn't handle it. Now basically for me, I haven't found the limit yet, and as long as I still have an interest in my towns, I just like to keep them playing. Hey Anime, good to see you. How are you doing? I'm popping in for a bit. I'm helping my cousin finish moving today. Her first apartment. Ooh, nice. Congratulations on your cousin. And good luck with the move. Thank you for subscribing, Lori79. That is very much appreciated. Thank you. And of course, keep your questions coming, people. I love to answer them. And if I don't know, please chat, help me out. If the residents take a break from work, does having benches built anywhere have any effect? Do they spend their break on the benches or do they go home? And I'm doing fine. I hope you too. Yes, I'm fine. The benches question. That's an amazing question. I'm going to take a sip from my coffee while it's still warm, and then I'm going to answer that question. And thanks for the nice garden house comment. I like it. Yeah, I like these garden shapes. We have multiple shapes. We have these like honeycomb shapes. Also tried it this way, do a little bit different. And we already got a teaser for Alpha 6 people, where we have way more options to build garden houses. So now when you build a garden house, you only have the 4 corners that you can adjust. We will have a lot more options there. We can make a lot more shapes, which I'm so looking forward to. And the same will go for the farm fields, maybe the orchards, all those buildings that have corners. We might get more options to make nice shapes. And I'm so looking forward to that because that will make towns look so much more different. I love that. The bench question. And I think the best way to answer that question is to actually follow a villager. Now, we're going to go in here. This guy is almost ready with his job. So we'll see what he does. Because as far as I know, we'll run it at speed 1 so that I can talk while this is happening. Villagers have a certain way of doing things. It has to do with coding and all. So this villager has gone to his job. We can see his workday is now almost over. And then at some point he is done. When he finishes, when his workday is full, he doesn't always automatically go away. He always finishes his job. That's what he's doing right now. He's finishing his job. Are we now actively following? No. Okay, now he's going to take a rest. And what that usually means, let's speed up, is that he will first go home. He goes to his house. He will eat, he will drink, all that kind of stuff. If he has to go to the store, he will go to the store. If not, he will find a place to sit down. This guy is going to sit down right here. Let me pause for a second. This bench is relatively close to his house. And that is what all villagers do. There is a certain range. I don't know the exact range, whether it's like 50 meters, 100 meters, whatever. I don't know the range. But they will find a bench somewhere close to their home. That's where they will go and sit. Normally, taking the rest is one of the last steps that they do before going back to work. So he's now taking his rest, and there's a good chance that he will after this go straight back to work. See, now he's going to work. What that means, and I still get a lot of comments about that, is why don't you place benches near their workplace? Well, that's easy because it doesn't matter. They will always go home first. Now, this guy didn't live too far from his job, pretty close. Sometimes people can live way further away. This guy is already way further away. Placing a bench near his job is one that is way out of reach for him when he's going to take his rest. So it will not work. So make sure you build benches around their housing. That's where they can sit. That's where they can relax. They will always find a bench relatively close to their house and then go back to their job. So going to sit on a bench is one of the latest stages. If you don't build benches, they will just do the resting at their house. So you can skip the benches altogether if you want. I'm not sure if it will take a little bit longer for them to rest, but I don't think so. But of course it's nice to just have few people sitting around your town, bringing it more to life because they're sitting in different spots and you can make nice parks where they can sit. I mean, you can see right here, there's like triplets sitting here, there's 2 people sitting here. It gives a total different feel to your town, but place your benches near their houses. It has been quite some time since I played Ostriv. I seem to remember that I switched to export salt at some time. I was wondering if there are more lucrative exports. Yes, there are. Oh, luckily we get a messenger in. You can see right here, shoes will sell you for up to 0.32. In comparison to the charcoal, that is 0.05. So 9,000 charcoal in this case will make us 452. If we sell them 1,750 shoes, we will already make more money. So I'm going to do that. Buckwheat will make you up to 10. So this will make you even more than the charcoal. But you have to grow this. And it could lead to food shortages if you don't have enough in your town. Clothes also good deal. 0.25. Which is less than the shoes. And it takes more. It takes also a farm field to grow hemp. And make threads. And cloth, and then turn it into clothing, and then actually sell it. So it takes quite an effort, but you can make good money on this. If we sell 500, we make another 125. For me, the trick usually is in focusing on one good. So in the beginning, you focus on charcoal, and I will get to your question soon, Silo. I saw your answers. Focus on one thing, and start building up the demand with that town. And make sure that you always have a good supply. Once you have the charcoal, focus on either shoes, so leather production and then shoes, or focus on salt. which will also get you some good money. I don't think we can sell salt to this town. No, but salt also makes you good money, and salt is easy to get. Let me show you my salt works. Here's the salt works. You put in oxen. They need a bit of charcoal and water and food for the oxen, and then they will produce the salt, which is relatively easy, and you can get big amounts. And those are actually my go-tos until you can get to stuff like booze or something like that. You know, you can sell horilka for 0.21, which is a good price. You can sell beer for a good price. Chicken eggs and all that are, in my opinion, not really worth it because it's very hard to get chicken eggs. You don't get that many from your chickens. And I use them to accommodate the food variety in my town. Sunflower oil can also be a good one. You have to grow sunflowers for it, make sunflower oil, but it's pretty easy. It's not that hard. Apples, if you have a surplus, you can sell some of your apples. I would recommend turn them into dried fruits because then they don't spoil and you can feed your town over a very long time with them. But you can sell some apples. There's also a place where you can sell dried fruits as far as I know. You can even import the leather because you can import it for 0.25 and sell the shoes for 0.32. And a good thing to note is that if you buy 1,000 leather and you have the threads, because you also need threads to make shoes. Let me see, where's my shoemaker? Oh, these are the tailors. Where's my shoemaker? I don't know where my shoemaker is. Let me click right here. That's the easiest way. Shoemaker. Where are you? There. A shoemaker needs threads, but it needs 25 leather and I believe 10 or 20 threads, and it will turn it into 50 shoes. So you will double up on the leather. So don't kid yourself with this price, because for 1,000 leather, you can make 2,000 shoes. So you can actually make money just by importing leather and selling it as shoes. So that's already a good one. Silo, about your town. You have 267 people. I have 915 people. I have 11 charcoal piles. And I manage with those. Actually, I already overproduce because this one is filled up with 10,000 charcoal. And in total, I have 26,000 charcoal in my buildings. And I still have stuff in my charcoal piles. So I think you have a few issues with them. First of all, you have too many charcoal piles. You don't need that many. Second, you need a ton of laborers to fill them. And with a ton of laborers, I mean a ton of laborers. I'm checking if I can find an empty one that they're going to fill right now. They're filling this one, but that's only one guy. Is there one that's almost empty? You know what I'm going to do? Destroy resources. I'll show you. Let's destroy the resources in here. You can see right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's 20 people coming to fill this up, and it won't even be full. We still need 2,000 more. You will see that a lady bringing in charcoal will do that by hand, and they will not carry a lot of charcoal. Is this one already on its way? No, they're all getting the firewood for it. So you do need a lot of laborers to actually bring in your charcoal and get enough on it. So I would suggest, especially with a relatively small town, you know, bring your number down to maybe 4 or 6 charcoal burners, charcoal piles. See if you can fill those up. And if not, then you just have a labor shortage, which means that you need to build a lot more houses. If you have a lot of industry already and you need a lot of people to work that and you need a lot of charcoal, then I think you may have expanded a bit too much in terms of industry and not enough hands to do all the jobs. And you need to keep those in balance a bit. So you can see right now, this lady is actually carrying, this guy is carrying charcoal, he's carrying 400. Let's see, can I find a lady that is carrying charcoal? Yeah, also 400. So everybody can only carry 400 charcoal. So before this one is full, that will take a while. So I would really prioritize. You can see this is my original smithy area where we started the game. Here's my first smithy. I have 2 charcoal piles with it, so that one can be burned and ready, and the other one can be filled and burned. And that is enough for this smithy. If you have a, what's the right name? A smeltery or anything, you only need 1 or 2 on those. And even if you have 2 or 3 smelters, you should still be able to only have maybe 4, and that's it. And if you have a town with 200 something people and you have like 6 smelters, you have way too many smelters, because that's way too many jobs that you need people to do other things first. So I would suggest just grow your town and try to meet the demands of the amount of workers that you need. You need a lot of laborers to do all the jobs, like all the harvesting in time, all of the gathering the goods. Increasing the pay is a smart move. I've increased it to 120%. And as you can see, if we go over the charcoal piles, they're either burning or they have charcoal in them. And the one that we did, see, this one is now empty and immediately it's going to get filled up. They already collected everything to fill this one up, and soon enough this one will be burning again. So try to balance it a bit better, I would say. Right now in this you have 83 carts in this town. Right now I have 91 carts, so I don't even have that many more, and I have 913 villagers. And you can see there's a few cart icons appearing, but not many. So the transport system still works quite well, even though I have 4 times your population almost. Ooh, lots of questions, people. So nice, but I have to keep up. Hello, Sabuma. Welcome in. How are you doing? I will answer your questions soon. And I see Harumesa's question. Steven, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? Let's see. Did I miss anything? Also, in the calendar time, for example, you can build a church. Will take a lot longer to do if you run times 3 and times 1. Yep, that's true. I'll get to that soon. Hey, the Rebuilder. Good to see you. How are you today? It will interesting trying to get her bed in. Wish us luck. Good luck with that. Let's see. It's definitely taken apart, but it's a full-size mattress and her apartment is on the 2nd floor. It's just me and auntie and cousin. Ah. Well, have a lot of fun bringing that bed up. That's one impressive town. I've never managed to get that far as of yet. Lol, I've been watching your Dutch video on how to start a game. Ah, nice, nice, nice. Cool. If you have any questions, you can always ask them, Sabuma, no worries. Can you go through the row house types again? Yes, I can. I will do that. This is, by the way, my stream town. I'm not going to save up, actually, because I don't want to mess with the stream. But let me quickly check the numbers. It's almost December now, because we were checking the milk. Milk. It is almost the end of the year, and we can already see that we now have produced already 3,000 less in milk by taking those ladies out. There's still a little bit to go, but I can assure you they're not going to produce 3,000 in that little bit extra. So you can immediately see the drop in milk produced simply because we took out some ladies. So there you have the proof that it actually works. You need to put as many ladies in as you can for the highest milk production. The row houses. Let me go over the row houses. There's basically 2 types of row houses. You have the ones with 2 floors and you have the ones with 3 floors. Now you have regular ones that are just housing. You have ones that have an arch in it, which means people can walk underneath it and get through it. I believe I have built one with an arch here, but then size 3 or not yet? No, not yet. Okay. Still have to do that. But if you build an arch, you can basically build an enclosure here. We can enclose this off, and if you have one with an arch, they can actually get to the inside of the basically the courtyard or whatever you call that. Then you have one with a store in it. I must have one with a store in it. Yep, there's one with a store in it. It has 8 slots instead of 4 on your regular market. So you can put more stuff in it. You can see I've put all the basic foods in it, firewood and the clothing, so that all of the basic needs are in this store. Then if I get another store in one of these houses, I can add some supplement stuff to it. Or, you know, you can put a marketplace in the middle here and have that supplied and then sell all your extra stuff that you want to get rid of right there. And then you get to the 3-story ones, which are basically the same, but then 3 stories. So one with an arch, one with a store in it. We have corner houses for the 2-row houses and for the 3-floor houses. And then you have the ones with an arcade. Both with just an arcade and both with a store and an arcade. And the arcade is basically this little archway or gallery. You can see it right here. That's what the arcades are. Those are all the types of row houses that you have. Now the problem will be the flatness of the map. So every row house you put in, so let me pick another one. If there's elevation in the map, it might look a little bit wonky. You can see that already right here. If I hold this one next to it, you can see that the one next to this one, the actual facade on the side, is higher. That has to do with the elevation of the map. You cannot do much about it, it's just what it is. But note that if you build on quite hilly areas, you might be placing row houses. And maybe I can just show you like this. No, you can't see it now. But if you build on hilly areas, you might see big shifts in how high the buildings are, because one will be on a lower level than the other one. There's no way to connect that nicely now, as far as I know, so that's going to be tough. You can, however, and that's also something that might be of use, on garden houses, you can press the F1 button and change the corners of the garden house. You can also do that for the row houses. So if you see it like this and you're like, nah, this is not perfectly fitting, press F1. You can click the corner and you can make it snap onto the other corner. And you can do the same on this side. You can even change the size if you want to. So if you want to make it bigger, you can make it slightly bigger. Now I think it has to be a little bit in line, and you can make it endlessly big, but you can make it somewhat bigger. The graphics will just make it slightly torn out, so it will just be a bit stretched. It will not be necessarily looking better or add windows or anything to it. See, now it's a bit smaller. But you have some options there. Okay. I'm not going to build this. We're already out of stone, so that's not going to work. But you can adjust it a bit and make it attach nicely. Hope that answered the row houses one. Best to earn money on is warm clothing, clothes, lime, beer, shoes, leather. Well, there's it. Cooper knows everything about how to make the most money. He makes millions with his towns. So he knows. Let's see. I think I missed a few chats, people, so I'm trying to catch up. Supply buildings, how to connect. Is it to or from? Oh, hello Wrinkled Egg, by the way. Hi. I'm following your transport game. I have 83 cards. Yeah, do your best, you can do it. Supply is a bit hard, in terms that you don't have much control over it, other than, let's say we have this windmill right here. It needs to be supplied, so the option that we have is we can tell who can do that. So we can tell them that workers can do it, laborers can do it, carters, and the wagon. And for those that don't know, the carter is guys working in the cart shed. That's a dedicated cart building where you actually put in people and they start to spread stuff around. You have options here to tell them what to do, how full their cart should be. And the wagon guy is the guy using the horse wagons. But it's not like you connect building A to building C. So I put this granary up here. And the only way I can connect this to the windmill is by telling it to accept flour. That kind of connects it to the windmill because this produces flour and we'll put it in. I also put in the wheat from the farms so that I know the farms will get the wheat here and these guys can quickly get the wheat because they will get it from the closest source. But right now there is no option to connect this specific granary to this specific building. That's not going to work. But by deciding what you put in a building, you can basically connect it. I did the same out here, I think, with my smithy. The smithy needs iron and produces nails and metal parts. So in this storage, I only set it up for iron, nails, and metal parts. And therefore, this one is kind of connected to that building. What you can do is connect your cart parkings to a specific building. So this one is connected to that brickworks. This one is connected to this cart ride. That means that the people in this cart ride can use this cart. Now, it can be very helpful to attach certain buildings to certain carts to specific buildings. That's also what I'm trying out in my series that we're doing right now. Can I make a very good transport system by connecting a lot of carts to all different buildings? But there will also be the need for the laborers to pick up carts. So we can see right here that they're asking for laborers. I think there was... Yeah, see, this building actually has laborers supplying them. And those laborers cannot use this cart and won't use this cart. As far as I know. We could actually check, but I don't think they can. See, this guy's using it. So these also need to be able to pick up carts. So I have also cart sheds here that I didn't attach anywhere, so that laborers can still pick up the carts there. So the best way, in my opinion, is to make a system where you have dedicated carts for certain buildings, so that the workers of those buildings can use them and they won't do stuff by hand. And then also have carts around for your laborers to be used, so that if they help out in a certain building, they can use that too. One thing I would mostly turn off is the laborer by hand thing, because it will just be a lot of people carrying stuff by hand and they cannot carry a lot. Sometimes you need to do that because you quickly want to fill something up. Sometimes, you know, you have a granary that you want to quickly fill up because you have set up a new area, you want to provide those people with food, and you need to get the granary all up and running. Then I use it sometimes. I just activate the granary that way and make sure that it quickly gets filled so that the market people can quickly get their stuff. But other than that, I rarely use that because it's very inefficient. But you need to set up your cart system to make sure that you have enough carts for the laborers to use so that things can go fast. You can see right now, there is a laborer here that would like to use a cart but can't find one. And therefore he is not coming in apparently. Or he should just be doing it by hand. Let's see. Hope that answered the question. Is it to or is it from? The only ones that will supply this are either laborers or the people inside it. So I hope that answers your question specifically. So this requires metal parts. You won't see the smithy delivering metal parts there. These guys have to get it themselves, or laborers do. Can you set charcoal pile to not with hands? I'm not remembering, but if you have horse carts, fill them up with charcoal pile. I'll check that. Over 900 people, Dayum. I really need to get good, it seems. And by the way, my nickname is pronounced the Dutch way. I think you know what I mean. Sabauma, I guess? Or is it S.A. Bauma? I don't know. Let me know. Easy and short question. How many hours did Steam record you playing Ostriv? That's one that I can quickly check, and then I'll answer Cooper's question. Right now, I have 661 hours in Ostriv. Can this one be set to only by wagon? Yes, you can. So you can turn everything off and just have them be filled by wagons, and then only your horse wagons will do this. You need to make sure then, though, that if you have horse wagons, that you tell these to do regular deliveries. If you turn this off, they won't do those regular deliveries, and they will still not do it, even if you tell them that only horse carts can fill them, and then you end up with empty charcoal piles. So you need to check those little things. Hello, the Dragon Direwolf. Hello, Laura. Welcome in. Good to see you all. If I missed something, I'm very sorry. Hi to everybody that I missed. If I missed a question, please repeat it at some point. I'm trying to go over them all. How are you doing, Laura? I hope everything is well, and also your hobby is getting better and better. That you can walk a bit better. Rusty drifting off during another stream that just ended. Ah, no worries, no worries. All is well. Hope you're all having a good day. Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Good to hear that you're well. I'm heading out. Hope you all have a great stream. Thanks, Anime. Thanks so much for popping in. Good luck on the moving. We'll see you next time. Still struggling with starting a game. How to get it going good. Always struggling with AAL goods. With AL goods. I think... Kevin, question for you. Can you look up my... I should probably do it myself. I can probably quickly do this. I have 2 videos out about starting the game. It's a series that I want to make larger, but I didn't really get to it. Because I was waiting for the, thing to come out, the big update. Here's a link. Let me copy this link. Let's go in here. Here it is. That is a link to a starting guide. I think that should help you out, because this is one that you can basically copy. You can copy me building my town, and it explains all the starting moves that you should do. Most important thing when you start a new game, hit pause. Pause the game immediately as the map is loaded, so that you can pick a nice spot to start. You can set up a few buildings in your build queue, and you don't waste time. Second tip, never run the game on speed 3. Depending on your computer, speed 3 messes with the actual speed. I actually have a video out on that. where I tested it, and I had other people test it too to confirm what I had discovered. And it ended up being, if I run a game on speed 3, I basically what I did, I started up a new game, I paused the game, I set up a build queue for like the forestry, the thatchery, 9 houses, and the smithy, and another thing. I saved up, and then I started that one on speed 1. Then at some point I reloaded the save, started it at speed 2, and I did the same thing and I started at speed 3. And there is actually a difference from more than a month between running the game on speed 1 and running the game on speed 3. Meaning that if you run it on speed 1, I believe I was done with the whole build queue somewhere in the end of August, beginning of September. And when I ran it on speed 3, I was done somewhere in October or November with the same build queue and the same save, and everything went the same way. So speed 3 messes with the actual game speed. So it can help to not go beyond speed 2. Because it will just save you time, basically. Things will get done faster in the end. Let me see. Hello, Carol. I'm not going to pronounce your last name, I think. I'm sorry. I mean, for example, the smithy. Coal piles and iron from warehouses. Do you click coal to smithy or smithy to coal? The supply source, not the transportation method. Basically, you don't click any of those. Speed 2 was slightly later than speed 1, but it was like maybe a week in game or something, or 2 weeks, which basically is not really that important. Some people struggle to get the 9 houses up before the winter, and then it actually makes a difference whether the game is a month slower or not. But the difference between speed 1 and speed 2 is not that big, but it can be bigger if your computer has more trouble running the game, because I think it's related to your computer and how it runs the game. So the difference for me was actually smaller than from other people that tested my save as well and had a computer that wasn't as good as mine. They saw bigger changes, so the changes can actually be bigger. I was going to answer a question and now I forgot it. What was the question again? Just a second. Ivy. Okay, seems like I'm still on audio. I have to make a quick call to my daughter. She is out staying with the grandparents, but she wants to video call, so there might be something up. So I'll be right back, and then I will answer all of your questions. So don't keep chat going too fast, but I have to make a little video call to my little girl to make sure she's all right. And I'm back. Everything's okay. She just wanted to say goodnight, otherwise she couldn't sleep. Apparently. There we go. Kids always come first. Sorry. I was answering the question about demand. There's basically no way to steer demand or anything. If you build a smithy, so let's say we built the smithy. it requires certain things. And in this case, it requires charcoal and iron. And it will try to get that. And it will get that from anywhere on the map. So it doesn't matter where you have your charcoal or your nail or your iron, it will get it. So the best way to approach transportation is to think about, okay, this building has the demand for charcoal, iron. I'm going to place that close and make sure that they can get it quickly. But there's no real way to steer demand. There's a few buildings in which you can actually do that. And that is a few buildings where you can either choose between firewood and charcoal. Then you can either specify whether it needs firewood or whether it needs charcoal. And then you have to, of course, supply that. But the building has a demand in itself, and it will try to get it from the closest source. And if you don't have it, then it cannot get it, of course. But there's no way to steer the demand from one building to another or vice versa. Okay, let's see. Did you report? Yeah, I reported it. It's something, so far they haven't been able to find what's causing it. It seems mostly related to different systems, but it is something that they can probably work on when coding, but... Eerste poging was de goeie. Ah, alright, thank you. Sabauma, I should say Sabauma. Hey, Cirrus, good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? Antimatter. Speed 2 was finished on the same date. I answered that one. Yeah, I reported it. Family first, absolutely. Love to little one. Hope she feels better. Oh, she's doing fine. She's out sleeping at my parents for 2 nights, which is the first time that she's actually going to sleep with them for 2 nights. She really wanted it, but then she also gets a bit nervous and all. And usually she just wants to, you know, say goodnight again over the video call or whatever, and then she goes to sleep. So all should be good. Nothing to worry about. Never ask for kids, they worry you to death. True, but they're also the most wonderful creatures out there, and they give you a lot of love. So I'm very happy that I have a lovely little kid. Going lurk mode, got an MRI tomorrow. You take care, Cirrus. Hope the MRI goes well, and they can see whatever they want to see. Take care. 2 years in 15th of August. Ooh, nice. Alright, if I missed any questions, please make sure that you repeat them. Otherwise, if you still have a question, let me know. I still have a list of topics I have to talk about and other things that came in. Kevin also supplied a question on the Discord saying, how do I get my cows and sheep to produce efficiently? Well, the best way to have them producing efficiently, and I think we already got over that a little bit, is to supply them with whatever they need. So make sure they have food and water, which in this case my cows have. And the more ladies you put in, or men, you can also put in men, but I would suggest you use the men for other jobs. The more you put in, sorry about that, that was the wrong button, the better it is, and the more milk you get. So that's the easiest way to be producing very efficiently. Sorry, I had to adjust the audio of my headphones. And that's basically it. Well, what you also can do is manage your bull livestock. It's not a big secret that cows give milk that you can drink and all, and bulls don't. So, if you have a lot of bulls in your sheds, that takes up space for cows that can actually give you the milk. So make sure that you slaughter all your bulls. Now, a good thing to note is you only get the full yield for animals if they are at least 1 year old. So right now, if we were to slaughter this 6-month-old cow, which is halfway into adulthood, you will only get half the resources you would get from an adult. An adult cow that you butcher will give you 100 meat and 100 hides. If we were to slaughter this 6-month-old cow, we only get 50 meat and 50 hides. So it is very well worth it to make sure that they are at least 1 year old and then slaughter them. Now, this system works with that. So they will only slaughter bulls if you have too many, and they will only do it if they're 1 year old. And they will usually also slaughter the oldest one, so you will end up with a very young bull that can, you know, produce other cows. And the same goes for the sheep. So always make sure that you prioritize having the actual animal that gives you the food and not the bulls or the rams. Make sure that you get rid of those. It is smart to keep one cow shed where you actually do keep the bulls and you put in a manager, because that manager can replace bulls that die for you. So, for instance, this farm has 6 bulls on it that work the plows. You can see here that the oxen age is 12. Or they have oxen, I mean. Their age is 12 and 10. And they will die at some point. And then you have to either manually replace them, or you can have a manager do that. So I always keep one cow shed where I track the number of bulls myself. But you can see we have a lot of bulls, so we can slaughter a few. That's okay. That won't really matter, because we will still have plenty of 1-year-olds. But do keep a few at hand, so in case the bulls in one of your farms die or in your saltworks die, that you can replace that bull actively so they can keep producing or doing whatever they need to do. Alright, I need a sip from my drink. Whew. Thank you all so much for all your input and all your questions. I love this. This is so nice to do. Thank you so much. Little kids are not like we grown-ups. They suck up food in fingers and hands, not fire in the mouth. I don't know about that. Another question that came in. How do I handle the no firewood or no money warning? Well, best thing to do is make sure you never see those. How do you do that? Well, of course, you need to just make sure that you have enough forestries to supply you with whatever you need. And another way to do that is to make sure that you every now and then build a storage that you actually use for those type of resources. So right here you can see I have the ones for clothing, but there might also be one that I have one here for thatch, so that I never run out of thatch. I just have 10,000 in a storage somewhere. So even if I start to build a lot of regular houses and we need a lot of hay at once, I still have plenty of thatch to use. There's the bricks, there's another one with bricks, there's barley and hops, beer, there's an empty one. Here we have a batch of 5,000 firewood in, so I will always have an extra batch of firewood laying around town. There might be another one somewhere. I'm actually checking right now, but I don't think so. This town wasn't set up to be the most efficient in terms of supply, so could well be that there's some things missing. I started this town on the live stream just, to build with different shapes and all, and that's what we've been doing. Not really focused on the ideal transport systems and all. That's what the new series is about. But yeah, you can just build storages all over town, holding firewood and all that stuff. A good way to not run out of money is to manage your economy. Now, let's talk about the economy for a little bit, because that's where a lot of people get questions. Let me just first check the milk again. See, you can really see that we did produce a lot less milk this year than the year before. And right now we've only produced 1,700 something. Produced 570 milk in the first month. So that's not going to add up to a lot, but we'll see what that gets. Alright, before we actually look at the numbers in the economy, how does the economy in this game actually work? It is not that hard, as long as you forget about the real world economy, because this game has nothing to do with the real world economy. When you know what, I'm going to save this up. I don't know, give it a new name. I'll just call this the Q&A stream. This is what we worked on. We can always go back to this now, so let's save it up. Let's start a new game. Just for showing you how that works. I immediately pause the game. I build my starting camp. This is our starting situation. Right now we have 2,000, I'll call it in the bank. Of course we don't have a bank, but let's say we have 2,000 on the bank. And all of our households have a certain amount of money. From what I've seen, it will be somewhere between 10 and 25. So this one has 13, 17, 25, 19, 12, 27. Oh, it's actually going to be a little bit higher. 23 and 18. That's all the money that we have. So we have this plus, let's say, 20 on average. We have 9 families. That's 180. So we have 2,180 gold in our village. If we start to build our town right now, that is the total amount of gold that we have in our town. It will not become more and it will not become less. That is the total amount. So right now, there is no way for us to make money or lose money. This is all the money that's going to circulate in our town. The only question right now is, where is the money? In this case, all the families have a little bit of money and I have most of the money. Now, if we get this town going and people start to build stuff, they will get to work. That's where I'm going to load up back to the Q&A stream. Then the wealth will start to distribute from us to them. And then you will see that we have a lot of houses. These people have 39, 39, 39. There's actually an info overlay for it. If you want to quickly see it, you turn on the wealth. You can see they all have a little bit less than 40 because that's what we tax them at. You can see some have a little bit less. That might be because they recently moved in, or see, these don't have a monthly income at the moment because they're all unemployed. So there will be variations, but they all have around 40. What's happening in my economy? It's pretty simple. I pay my villagers a wage for the work that they do. Either a basic wage for workers, a labor wage for the laborers, and a manager wage for the managers. You cannot change the manager wage, but if you change your worker wage, then the manager wage will adjust to it. And that's what we pay them. We pay that out of our city money. Now, the villagers will use that money to buy products that they need, go to the barber, surgeon, whatever. So that money will just circulate within the town. The only way for us to get back from that money is to tax the people. That's what we're doing. They have to pay rent, and we tax them. And we also tax the tavern and the barber surgeon, so that also brings in money. Another thing that we do is we purchase goods from our citizens, like a little bit of honey, maybe a few cucumbers from there. That's basically the stuff that they grow in their gardens that you can buy from them. We pay 10% of the normal price for that. And in the market, they pay 20% of the normal price for it. So basically, they pay a little bit more for that than we pay them. But it doesn't really matter, because in the end, this is not gaining our economy any money. The money is just floating around into our town, and the question is, who has it? If you have a very high wealth tax threshold, let's say this is up to 80, we will see this number go down, and we will see our villagers get more wealthy. So let's unpause, let's get time going. The villagers can now get more money, so they get to keep more money that we pay them in their wages, and money will flow from what the city has into what the town has. But it doesn't make extra money for the town or for the whole economy. And there's still people that really believe that if you pay your workers very well and then you tax them a lot, you will earn a lot of money on taxes. And you do, you get a lot of money into your pockets from the taxes, but that's money that you first gave them in their wage. We're not adding money into the town. So if we were to start a town, like we did a few minutes ago, we start a whole new town, we have the 2,000 on the bank, we have what the families have. If we never do any trading, the amount of money in our game will stay the same. Except every migrant family that comes in will bring also somewhere between 10 and let's say 30 ducats into our village. But that's all the money that will be added to the whole economy of the village. The only way to add or subtract money from your economy is by trading. If we sell goods, we add money into our economy and goods leave. And if we buy goods, we get money out of our economy and we get some goods for that in return. But your village itself cannot generate any ducats, any money, any wealth. So playing with the taxes, all that it does is decide how the money will flow through your town. Now what I like to do is keep my economy very small. That's what I have here. Rent is very low, taxes are not that high, except from as soon as they hit the wealth tax, then I tax them. And their wages are also not that high, they don't get that much money, but they get way enough to pay all their bills, save a bit of money, build up some wealth, and as soon as they hit the threshold, they will start paying taxes. But that does not have an effect. I can also raise all these numbers, and then we have a different economic setup, but the amount of money in the town stays the same. And yes, I can maybe tax them more money, but at first I already have to pay them that money. So it doesn't really add up to making more wealth for the town. If you want to get richer, make sure you trade and you sell goods. That way you build up more money for your town. I always keep my economy small so that the most money is in my city funds so that I can use that for trade. I can also have all the money sit with my people, but then I can't use that money for trade. And there's another kicker, and I see Cooper already touched on that right now. If you make your villagers too rich, they will stop working. If they acquire a lot of wealth, let's say a family has like 300 wealth, they will be like, oh, you have a job for me. You only pay me 1.2 a month. I have 600 on the bank. Why would I work? And you get the finger, and they will not do anything until they run out of money, and then they will start to get back to work. So making them rich actually has a little downside to it, that they might be more likely to not get a job. You can see right here that this one is unemployed. It will actually say then, not looking for a job. So making your people too rich is actually a bad thing for your whole economy, because you will lose workers. So that's a little bit of the basics of this game. So how do I start my towns? What I do is make the economy really small. So I believe when you start out and you build your first town hall, you get the access to the economy. These numbers are all way higher, and I always numb them down a bit and make everything really cheap, because that means I save the most money for myself that I can then use and start to grow by doing trades. And that's why you basically always need to trade to make money for your town. Because if you have only 2,000 ducats in your town and you have only your starting families, that might be enough. But if you have a town of 500 and you want them all to have some money to buy their goods, you need to make sure you get money in your town, because you will run out of money at some point. Because if you have 100 households and they all have 40 ducats, that's 4,000 money. We don't have that. So you cannot even supply them all with 100 ducats, because you simply don't have that money in your economy. Now, I hope that makes a bit of sense. If you have questions about it, please let me know. Not sure they wait until the bull is 1 year old before slaughter. I often get sheds with 3 bulls aged 1 month to 4 months. Yeah, I think they do wait until it's 1 month. That's why you will have the ones with 1 month to 4 months. You should actually be able to see it, because you should see irregular amounts of hides that you get. And see, I only produce 700. You always only produce round numbers. So I think that is a way to show you. See, there's always round numbers, and you should, well, this time not, but mostly you always get round numbers. So I think they don't do it that way, but you could be right. We have to figure that out. I'll do a test run with that later. Why do laborers not move resources sometimes? Oh, that is very specific. First of all, laborers also prioritize. So, for instance, my farms. When I have a farm and the harvest is ready and we're going to harvest, then they leave the food on the farm. They have to get it in before the snow falls. Otherwise it might go to waste. Now, I've recently discovered that if it's already harvested but still laying on the field, it will still lay there for a while, so they can still pick up stuff. Stuff that is not yet harvested will perish straight away. So what did I do? I did raise the wage on my farms to 150%. Now, right now I have people available to actually do labor jobs, but if you don't have enough people available, then they will, of course, on my game, first go to my farm, because that pays the most. So it could well be that I have a charcoal pile here that needs filling up, and I have laborers running around doing tasks, and they're skipping that task. That could be because I'm simply not paying them enough, or I pay them more on another job. It could also be that the laborers come from very far, so they pick a job closer than where they are. But mostly in the end, they will do those jobs. If you have more labor jobs that don't get done, the most probable cause is that you simply don't have enough laborers. And that you need to add up to more laborers. I guess it's a little bit the same that our friend had with his charcoal piles. He had so many charcoal piles, Silo had it, so many charcoal piles and not enough laborers. So the job simply won't get done because you don't have the labor force for it. So always make sure that you have free people that can do all the labor jobs. Hello 115C, welcome in, good to see you. How are you doing? Hello Karen, nice to have you on board. How are you today? Hope you're good. Make people rich will lead to labor stop working, not looking for jobs. Yep, exactly. Is it possible to drain a neighboring town of all their money if you only seek to them and never buy from them? No. Because if you take a look at the map, you can see the town. There's no active amount of money set and there is no active amount of resources set, or a maximum amount. So let's say we have a messenger in now from Barvin Cove. We don't see any information about their money. We do see what they demand and what they offer. And for both goes that as soon as you start to supply them or you ask them, their demand or their offers will increase. So for instance, on most maps, if we look at most maps, you can see this one is limited stone, limited stone. Only map 3 has everything unlimited. All the other maps have limited stuff. If you want to build row houses, if you want to build stone wells, you're going to need a lot of stone. So what I would suggest is that you send a messenger straight to Balaklia, because that's where you can buy stone. Now, if you do that, you will buy your first batch of stone. I think it'll be like around 800 or something. And then every time the messenger comes, you will buy a bit more. It will be very small amounts though, because the supply of stones in that town is very slow. But every time you buy, that demand goes, or the supply goes up. And in like 20 years, they might produce like 1,000 a year that you can buy from them. But they will never run out. Their demand also will never run out, and their money will never run out. Those are still things that might change later in the game. There's a very big update on the way with a lot of new stuff. I believe there's over 75 new buildings in it. At least that's what I heard. I'm not sure about it. It's already been in the works. It should have been released more than a year ago. It's still not here. We get small pieces of it every now and then, also for testing. But this update will be so big that a lot of stuff gets changed. That's why it's taking so long, because they have so many things they have to rewrite and redo and rework. So it might change in the future. And sometimes you even discover new mechanics that you didn't know existed. Until, I believe it was Shoriel or it was Hiradev told me that there were loans in the game. I didn't even know about the loans because I never had to take one. And then I met quite a few people that actually struggled to build up their first town, and they would end up without money, and then you get those loans. And right now you don't have to pay, or maybe at least now you do have to actually pay some rent. I do believe you have to actually pay some rent now on the loan. And it also now is mandatory at some point that you have to repay them. But when I played the game and I tested that, you could just take infinite loans and it didn't really matter. Now you actually have to pay them back, and that will be more implemented later on in the game. So things will change in the future. But right now there are no limits with the other towns. Here you can see the stones. It now has produced 3,431 stones, which is already quite a good production. We'll take it. And if we keep doing that over the next years, it will just be more and more and more. And we can finally get the stones that we need to build all of our houses. Hope you're good, Karen. How are you doing? Hello, Serpent TV, I guess. How are you doing? Hope all is well. Any more questions, people? Please let me know. I have a few more questions laying around here, but I love to do all the live questions right now. I have an issue or question for you. One incident. I was emptying the forestry, and 2 men were stuck in the spot for about an hour. I waited to see if it corrected, but shut down and reset. Okay, so you had a forestry. You were going to empty it because you wanted to move it, or you just wanted to have it gone. That's okay. And then 2 men get stuck. That happens sometimes. It's unfortunately a bug, of course. It should not happen. What might fix that is to reload the game. But can you see exactly what they got stuck on? Did they get stuck behind something? Did they get stuck with a log because they didn't they weren't able to bring it in, or what did they get stuck on? That might shed a little bit of light on it. I have rare occasions where that happens, and I believe at some point, if a person gets stuck, they should actually reset or move to their destination, what they were trying to get to. But that might not work if they're holding resources to a building that you've set to emptying. So that could be it. And sometimes after a couple of updates, like if you have an older town that you're running for a while and there's been a few updates out, these things are more likely to happen. But I rarely encounter bugs, I have to say, which is one of the amazing things about this game, with a solo developer doing such a great job on a game like this, while the big studios never produce something like this. So, hey, Pillowmaker, good to see you. How are you doing? You're never late. You arrived just when you arrived. It's fine. We're happy to have you. How are you doing? I have a video of it, kind of funny. They were right beside the logs, jive dancing. Yeah, those are very rare occasions, and usually saving up and reloading, or reloading the previous autosave can fix it. And if not, then they should at some point reset, I believe. But I'm not 100% sure. I think they should, though. But yeah, if you want, post it in the Discord. I can take a look at the clip later. But yeah, bugs can happen, especially right after an update came out. Then usually we see 1 or 2 bugs. Which will usually very quickly be resolved. That's one of the good things when an update comes out. Usually within 24 hours things get resolved. I saved and reloaded and they reset. Ah, yes. See, so then they will reset. The game will notice those things and then reset it. So that's always a thing to do. It's the same with the white lines. Sometimes you see white lines appearing. There's a little block on one end and a little block on the other, and there's a white line in between. That means that there's a pathing issue for a certain villager. And that is something that happens every now and then, especially when, like, a villager is inside here, then the building gets done, and at the same time that the building gets done and actually placed into the game for the game mechanics, the villager tries to move from one place to another, and it will be blocked by the building. It usually immediately fixes itself, so the block will go away, and you will only see that one white line. It will stay there until you save and reload, then it should be gone. If it comes back every time and time again, if you do reloads, then it is a real blockage, and you have to basically either move a building or destroy something to fix that blockage. But the game now also has things in play that should prevent that. So it should be a case now that if I try to build something where it's completely blocked off, that the game should tell you that it's completely blocked off. I think we can try that if we find the right spot. So I think what we can do is go here. I hope we can actually place the fence so far that it works. Inaccessible. That might also be a fix already. So let's say we do this. Let's build a fence here, as far as we can into the water. And then let's try and build a fishery here. See, now it says inaccessible, because nobody can reach this. So we can build it, right? We cannot even click it because it won't be built, because nobody can get to it. Now, if we remove this fence and we try to build the fishing dock, now it's no longer inaccessible and we can actually build it. So there are some safeguards that should tell you when things are inaccessible. It usually happens when you place a building and it's done being built, and then the game will actually start to tell everybody else in the game that there's a thing there now, and then it might be in somebody's pathing way. But that's about it. So there are a little bit more safeguards in for that now. I don't know if you've already talked about it, but I don't quite understand how the economy works in relation to taxes. Me again. Plowing every year or only when needed early game. Plowing every year. I'll get to the economy question again. I just talked a bit about the economy, so but we'll do that again. Let's go to a field. Here we have a fallow field. How does the farming work? It's quite simple. You have a time when the field will be sown in. You have a time that it will grow, and then you have a time that it will be ripening and harvested. And before that, they will do the plowing. You also see what nutrients a certain resource requires. These don't have a name, they just have a color. We have orange, green, and blue. Wheat requires 50% orange and 60% green. And of course, if a field is fully nutrient, it has 100% of each. These are the requirements when a field is plowed. If you don't plow a field, these will go up by, let me check the number. It should say in here, 30%. So if a field hasn't been plowed, it consumes 30% more nutrients, which means if we go to that wheat field, it requires 60% of the green nutrient. 30% more will add up to like, I don't know, 15% or something like that, a little bit more. So it will use 75% all of a sudden. So make sure that you plow the field to actually get these yields or these nutrient uses. With that, you can set up a rotation system and make sure that it all works out. If you don't set up this rotation system, or if you set up a rotation system but you don't plow, you might end up not making it work because they will use more nutrients. I seem to lose crops by December. Yeah, that's a game thing. You have to get the harvest in before the winter. Everything that's still laying on the fields then will perish and be gone forever. So another reason why you need a lot of laborers is as soon as... Alright, let's take a step back. You only have 5 people working your farm. I on this farm have 12 fields, which is a lot of work. So as soon you can let me just pause for a second now. You can see it right now. I have a lot of fields, and right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4 fields that need sowing in, which is a lot of work. So you can see this farm hires a lot of people to help with the sowing, and let's go follow it. We can see the sowing gets in here, and people start to sow in the fields. Now you will see quite a few people get onto this field to complete the sowing because it requires a lot of time. The same goes for the harvest. They do it by hand, and you will need a lot of people to harvest one field. A lot more than the 5 that actually work in the farm. So make sure that you always have laborers available to help out with those jobs. If you don't have that, especially on a big farm like this, those workers and those few laborers will not have time to harvest everything and bring in all the goods, and some goods they actually have to work on in the farm to turn the harvest into the actual crop. They don't have time for that, and they will leave stuff on the field, and then when winter comes they will all just immediately perish. And December, January and February are the winter months, so as soon as December hits, all will go away. And you lose everything that is still on the fields. If that happens, it is just a sign that you don't have enough laborers. And it does not really have anything to do with the actual plowing. The plowing is important to make your rotation system work. We can get a little bit more into the rotation system, but let's get into the taxes. How the economy works in relation to taxes. I'll give you the short version, Pillowmaker. If you want to see the longer version, just go back a little bit. Because I talked extensively about that already. But basically, the game works like this. Your village has a certain amount of money in total. I have some in my bank account here, and my villagers hold some money. This family holds 45, this family holds 43, this family has 39. And that money rotates around. Our village doesn't make any money, and our village doesn't cost us any money. The money just moves around. So as the, I don't know, mayor or whatever of the town, we pay the villagers their wage. So money goes from our bank account into the villagers as wage payment. They use that money to buy their food, buy their clothes, go to the tavern, go to the barber surgeon, and they spend the money there. And basically money moves from one villager to another. Now, of course, we don't just want to send out money to the people. We also want to get money back. That's why we let them pay rent and why we tax them. That's money that comes back to us. So basically the whole economic system works as our village has one big pile of money, and we have distributed that between the people and ourselves. And our payment and tax system allows us to influence how the money goes around, who has what. Now, if we go look at the taxes, you can see that I don't make them pay a lot of rent. I don't make them pay a lot of land taxes. But I do make them pay a lot in wealth tax above a certain threshold. The threshold was 40. I'm going to set it back to 40 because that's the number that I want to go for. You can actually see that we've been getting quite a bit of wealth tax. That means that a family, as soon as they start to acquire 40 ducats, they will start to pay taxes. They won't pay the 10. They will only pay a maximum of 10 for everything that is above 40. Now, they will never go above 40. A lot, because they will immediately start to pay taxes, fall below 40, and then they will start to build up again until they pay again. Now, I also tax the tavern and the barber surgeon, and what this ensures is that they will have a certain amount of wealth, so that they can buy all their food, go to the tavern, go to the barber surgeon, and all the rest of the money flows back to me, and I can use that for trading. That's basically the whole setup of my economy. Now, you can play a lot with these numbers. You can raise the rent, you can raise the taxes, you can raise the market prices, but that will come down to also raising their wage, otherwise they can't pay for it. So you have to find a certain balance for this. In my beginner series, in the second episode I think, I have a whole section talking about this economy and explaining how you balance it and why that is important. One thing to note is you don't need rich villagers for anything else than because you just like to make them rich. They don't need a certain amount of money. They do need a little bit of money, of course, for their food, the barber surgeon and the tavern. But 40 is well enough. They have no need for more money. You can give it to them if you like. Feel free to do so. But it just means that your whole town has to earn more money via trade to supply all those villagers with that amount of money. The only way to make money or lose money for your town is via trade. Then you actually add income to your town if you sell goods to another town, or you take money away from your town if you buy goods from another town. That's the only influence that you have on that sense. All the money within your economy just flows around, and you have settings here to decide if your villagers have it or that you have it. That's it. I hope that answered it. Let me know if you need more clarification or have follow-up questions. I think my issues are too many jobs for worker and not enough laborer, but thank you for your help. Well, that could also be a thing. I mean, you need your worker jobs filled and then also a good portion of laborers in. Almost all of my buildings are fully staffed. Of course, these not now because we're testing something with the milk. But all production buildings and all are usually fully staffed. My granary usually have only 1 or 2, depending on how many I actually need. And my warehouses usually have only 1, except for when I have a lot of people available. Then I put in more, because otherwise you might get the no jobs available option, and then you cannot get new migrants. And your warehouses and your granaries can be a great way of providing a lot of jobs for the ladies so that you can keep new migrants coming in. And of course, at some point, if you need them free, you just make sure that they are free again. Another tip that some people overlook is this one. If you get a counselor, you unlock seasonal hiring. It is a little bit more complex, but it's very much worth it. How does it work? If you get a counselor and you tick this box, you allow seasonal hiring. What does that mean? For specific buildings, let's say we go to... Do we have a fishery? Yes, we have a fishery. Fisheries do most of their work, of course, when it's not winter, when the lake is not frozen. So then they need 5 workers. During the winter, they need to finish up drying the fish and they need to make a few nets for your boats. But you don't need 5 workers for that. So what can you do then? You can tell them that in March to November, all the months that the river is not frozen, I want 5 workers in. Those are on season. In the off season, when it's winter, I only want 3 workers in here. So 2 of those guys will be fired. Now we have only 2 fisheries right now, but that will free up 4 people during the winter that can do the labor jobs or any other job. Now, especially in the beginning of the game, when you are a little bit short-handed on laborers, what you can do, for instance, is during the sowing and harvesting months, you can tell maybe your builders to, I have that here actually, in April when it's sowing season and in August and September when it's harvesting season, they will only hire 4 builders instead of the usual 7. So I free up 3 people that can work as laborers on the farm. Now, if you do that in multiple buildings, for instance, you can do that on your thatchery. I have a lot of thatch, so I could set it up here. In April, August and September, I only want 2 ladies in here. I apply it to all my thatcheries. And now all my thatcheries will have only 2 people in during those months. They will still be able to get the thatch. And I free up workers that can help out on the farm. Especially when you need those extra hands in the beginning of the game. Use seasonal hiring to empty out buildings in specific months, so that they can help out where they are really needed. You can do the same for your forestries, basically for any production. Now, usually I don't use it for buildings like the smithy and all, because I will always have supply for that, and they can always work that, although we are out of iron right now, so I need to get some iron soon. But even your clothing people, like right now, I don't have anything for the weaver to produce, so I can tell these to help with the harvest, for instance. I will only leave 1 in. And now these will all help out during the harvest. And then once the harvest is in, they actually have the crops that they need. And then they can go back in here and they can help and start to produce again. So seasonal hiring can be a big help if you're short on laborers to free up laborers in specific times. I hope that answered a question. I've seen all your Ostriv series and I never see you remove the women from working on them in the winter. Is it necessary? I think you mean on the farms. Well, since I have oxen, of course, I need to supply those with food and water. So I need to keep the women on there for that. For the rest, you can actually skip the women. So we could use seasonal hiring in the farm and free up the ladies. The reason I don't do that is usually because, as you can see right now, I still have 100 people without a job. So I don't need them really as laborers to do other stuff around town. And the tricky thing is, but you could actually bypass that. But let's say I skip these in the winter. So I tell them to December, January and February to be empty. As soon as March hits, the people on the farm will not get to work. They will have to be hired first. So at the 1st of March, the farm will start to hire people. Now, I have plenty of people, so that won't be an issue. But if you're a bit low on people, it might actually take time before all these 5 are hired. Then they have to go finish up their current job. They have to go home. They have to go to the farm. And then they can finally start to work. If you're unlucky, you're already half a month further into the game before the first one actually comes to the farm. And then starts to do their job, which is half a month lost. So I always keep them in my farm because I think food production is so vital. I don't want to be playing around with people there. And in worst case scenario, you end up not hiring anybody because they're busy doing different things and they don't want to work in the farm at that point. So I always keep this on and I don't want to use it on the farm, but you can actually do it. And what you could do, of course, is if you're scared for what I'm scared of, only make them free in December and January and already start to hire them in February. Then hopefully you've hired 5 and they're all in, and then in March they can start to work. But for me, I don't really have the need to free up more laborers usually, so I don't do it. If I would have a specific need, then I wouldn't do it. Or then I would do it. Then I would actually free it up. But I usually don't have that need because there's more buildings during the winter, like the fishery, maybe a bit the thatchery, that you can already empty out a bit. So you don't really need these. That's how I look at it. But again, as I always say, there's no right or wrong. There's no better or worse. There's just different ways to play this game. And yes, sometimes there's a right or wrong if you misunderstand a mechanic or whatever. But whether you leave them in your farm or whether you take them out, that's just a matter of what you like to play and how you like to play. So just please go ahead and play the way you want. I solved that by setting up 2 farms for the fields, but one with only worker, no ox or field add to them. And harvest is you have to do a little micro game and yeah, one with only worker. Yeah. Do you ever give money when they are complaining they are low in funds? If you don't do, they leave. If you don't do it, they will eventually leave because they cannot buy the food or firewood or whatever. So they will have a shortage and then they will leave. So yes, I always give them money. But if you've watched this stream series, for instance, or watched my little series where I try to build an efficient town, you have seen that I never get a family that asks for money. Because it's very important that you, of course, get the balance right. So get the balance right between how much you pay them and how much they actually have to pay and how much you tax them. If you get that balance right, plus you don't have too many unemployed people, because I have quite a few unemployed people now, which may lead to issues at some point. Because if they are unemployed and they don't make money, they might run out of money. So as soon as I get notifications that people complain that they have a lack of funds, that's a signal for me that I have a job problem and that I need to provide more jobs to them. So yes, I will give them the money, but I will immediately start to work on a fix to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Because it's basically a symptom of the fact that you don't have enough jobs for them, or that you haven't balanced your economy right. Now, I know how to balance my economy. I've done a lot of testing on it, and I know this works. So if I would get that now, it is a job problem, and I would try to fix that job problem. Hello, sir. My English isn't great, so I'll rely on a translator. No worries, no worries. That's totally fine. My English isn't great too. I'm Dutch, so I just try my best and I do whatever I can, and I usually get corrected. I followed most of your seasons for this game. It's fantastic and unique. Thank you very much. My question is, why do you buy 10% of the village and sell 20%? What's the reason behind this ratio? The reason behind it is that it basically keeps things very cheap. And I could actually set this to 10% as well. It doesn't really matter. What this means is that I have to talk about this in the broader range, I think. Normally, when you start up a new game, the economy works as if you have, I believe this is up to 5 or 2.5. I don't really know how high, but this is pretty high. So people will make a lot of money. And the market prices can then be 100% because people have a lot of money, so they can pay full price for stuff that they buy on the market. Because I make my economy very small, because I lower their wages, I also have to lower the prices that villagers have to pay. Because otherwise they will run out of money very quickly. Now what I usually do I buy for 10% of the original price and I make them buy products from me for 20%, is basically this is a form of tax. So they pay me a little bit more than I pay them, so I already get back a little bit of money. But you don't have to do that because in the end you do it with the taxes. We could even make the products for free because it doesn't matter. It's just where the money is flowing around in your town. But the money still flows around and in the end you get it back via taxes. So if you set your taxes right, you can basically make the rest zero. It doesn't matter anymore. It's just a matter of where is the money. And in this economy, they all get 40 and all the rest of the money comes to me via taxes and I can use that money for trading and all. That's basically how it works. I hope that makes it clear. If not, just put up a follow-up question. If the farm is empty in the winter, the animals may die. That's true. You need always, if you have animals somewhere, you need to keep people in so that they can manage the food and the water for the animals. That goes for every building that has animals. Also all your horse wagons, your salt works, all those buildings. Salt works can actually work during the winter, by the way, so there's just different levels of micromanagement. Exactly. There's different ways of playing and different ways of micromanagement. Very true. Also, if they have not emptied the yield, they will start with that in March and it affects the time it takes to plow a field. My belief is that if you have stuff left on a field and winter hits, all the crops will be removed. So there will be nothing left on the farm. At least there should not be. That's part of the game. So if you haven't harvested your crops by winter, they should have been gone. I believe it's even in here. Let's see. No, I can't find it so quick. But I thought it was even in here. But yeah, you have to get the crops in before winter or they will be gone. So that's at least my take on it. And I have seen that happen. Yes, that's a good way. I'll try it next time. Okay. Hey, Moxie man. Hello, hello. Welcome in. How are you doing? And of course, if I missed anybody that came in and said hi, I'm very sorry. I'm trying to keep up with chat. Thanks so much all for being in. Thanks for all the lovely questions. I love it. Thanks a lot. Hey, Tofum boys. Welcome in. Can't wait for Alpha 6 release. Same here. I'm already waiting it for a year and 3 months and it's still not here. I want it. We'll get it and it will be good. It will be good. There will be specific demands for certain fibers, nutrients and all that kind for the villagers as well. So we really have to give them a balanced diet. So not just buckwheat, potatoes and fish, but you also have to provide them with some meat, with some fruits. So that'll be totally game changer, but I think that will be great. I hope so at least. An hour has passed and she hasn't said anything about wheat. I know some of you are waiting for that just to hear me say wheat. So I'll do that every now and then. Oh dear, it's really getting its own story now, the whole wheat thing. I love it. Not on the field, I mean in the farmhouse. Yeah, that's true. So if you have harvested, let's say you have harvested some buckwheat, it gets into your farm, but then they have to process the harvest into the actual buckwheat. They will work through that during the winter if they aren't done with that yet. If you then have removed everybody, that harvest will still be in here and they still have to process that. And then when in March they get back in, they will actually start to do that again. So they will do that first and then go out to do plowing and all. So it might actually slow down your whole process. So I would always keep people in your farm during the winter. We can see there's 2 laborers supplying the hay and the water here, so that's good. Let me quickly take a look at the milk again, because we are still following that. Look at this, we are halfway into the year and we've only produced 5,600 milk so far. So another half year, let's double it up, 10,000, 12, 11,200. So we are really getting less milk with these less ladies in it. It really has an effect, so that's proven now. No worries, I caught up with yesterday's Ostriv fit at the same time as this, so it was double Patmos for a while. Oh, wow. Why start with the trade before the farm? Mostly depends on your gameplay style. There's no specific need for it. You know what, let me just save this up for a second. Let's start up a new game quickly. Doesn't really matter where, I just want to show you something. Alright, here we are. So we built the base camp. This is your base camp. These are the 9 houses that you have when you start out with. It's important to know what villagers eat in which amount. Every adult will eat somewhere between 80 to 120 food in a year. And they need at least 3 different types of food to meet their variety requests. Now, how much they exactly eat will depend upon their health, their wealth, and the things that they do. So let's say we average it out at 100. This family needs 200 food to survive the first 2 years. If we add up all these numbers, you see 89, 74, 47, 48, 43, 59. This is way more than 200. All your starting families have food for at least 2 years. You can do the math, but they have. Note that a kid requires half of the food of an adult. So a kid only requires somewhere between 40 to 60 food a year. So this family will require 250 food a year. Well, this already is 250. So they already have enough food on this. If we add up all of the other numbers, they have food for at least 2 years. So if you have your starting town, you don't need a farm until the 2nd year. Why is that? Because actually what I've done it once, I've started my town, I've built the forestry, I've built the clay pit, I built the thatchery, then I built a farm. And then I started building houses, but I already had the ladies work on the farm, and you can already have a farm going and get some food from it the first year. But you don't have to because they have enough food. They will run out of food by the end of year 2 because some of it will spoil. So basically, right now it's March 21. it will be March 22, and then usually in half a year they will start to run out. So next March, if we have a farm up and running, then we will be right in time to make sure that they can get food from the farm. Another way to tackle that problem, of course, is to build garden houses. They will grow their own food and they will probably never run out of food. Why would you build a trader before you build a farm? That is because you have a limited amount of iron and a limited amount of nails. And once you run out of iron, the only way to get iron is to either mine it on the map or trade for it. Now, I have done a playthrough where the challenge was to not trade for any iron but produce it yourself. I managed to do it. It is possible. So you can start a village and work towards mining and make sure that you mine and produce your own iron before you run out of iron. But it's pretty tight. But if you want to build the trade post, for instance, it requires 486 nails. Imagine having built a forestry, 9 houses, a farm, a thatchery, a smithy, a cartwright, and maybe a few other buildings. That might actually run you out of nails and iron. And if you're out of iron and you have not built your trade post yet, you can restart your game because you cannot fix that. You have to destroy all your buildings to get a little bit of the nails back. Then you might get lucky, but you probably lose all your families. So it's not going to work out. So I always advise people, build your 9 houses, build, the smithy, the cartwright, the thatchery. You can also already build a farm, but after that, build your trade post so that you at least can buy iron whenever you need it, and you are going to need it. So that's why I would always suggest build up your trade post quickly so you don't run out. And I've seen a lot of people come to me, I ran out of iron, how can I fix it? And you cannot fix it. I'm very sorry, but you cannot fix it. And at some point you also need to go and you need to buy shoes, you need to buy clothing, because if you don't provide that to your people, they will leave. Now, for the first 3-4 years, they will not have the demand for that, so you have time to get it in and to start making your own clothing and your own shoes. But it takes careful planning. It takes careful planning to get that done. And of course, you can always trade for it a little bit. Let me load up my big town here. Quickly, here we go. Because usually people exaggerate the amount of stuff that you need for an actual village. I'll zoom out a bit so you can see what this village looks like. It's a pretty big village. We have almost 2,000 people in. And let's go over what they actually need. This village, if we look at shoes, for instance, let's go to the shoes. Sold is this lime green one. We can see right here we sell 630, 550, 699, 731, 700. So let's take it big time. A village of 2,000 people requires only 800 shoes a year. That comes down to 400 leather and I believe 150 or 200 threads. That will be enough to supply this town with shoes. So if you can get shoe production going, you can make a lot of money out of that, which will be very good, and you can sell those shoes. But you only need a little bit to actually get going with the shoes. If we take a look at the clothing, you can see right here, a town like this requires about the same amount of clothing, only 700. So also with clothing, you don't have to go crazy on the production. If you have a farm and you have 2 or 3 fields giving you hemp, you can make enough clothing for your whole town, even up to 2,000 villagers. But yeah, you have to do that. Otherwise, your people might leave. And until you can have your own productions, make sure that you can always import it. That's a pretty important thing so that you never run out. I'm missing questions, I think. Let's see. Is it better to build large garden homes or small garden homes? And when do you start building homes without? What's the benefit? As I said a few times already, there is no better or worse or Should I do this? Should I do that? It all depends on your goals. But I can show you. Do I have a large garden house here? I don't think so. And I don't like the winter. Let's switch back to our Q&A stream town. And then I can show you. Here we have very small garden houses. These won't produce a lot of food. I did some calculations on it. I actually have a video on this out, showing you the actual numbers that I tested. But let's just take a look at the different sizes that we can do. This is the regular garden house. Yeah, something like this. This regular garden house should supply you with somewhere between 200 and 300 food a year. Meaning that if you have 2 adults in here and 1, sometimes 2 kids, it can be self-sufficient. They can provide enough food for themselves that they will never use your markets. If you build a big garden house, and if you want to know how to do that, you get into your build mode, you click the house, but don't click on the ground to build it. You press F1, then you can see the 4 corners, and now we can start to actually actively move our corners. The game will tell you when it's too long. You just slowly go back. Now you can see there, that's it. Now we go all the way up here. And now we go all the way up here. And make sure that we don't go too long. This is a big garden house. You can see it is almost 4 times the small garden. A big garden house, depending on what it will grow, will make you somewhere between 750 to like 9, sometimes even 1,000 food. No, actually, it will make somewhere between 900 and 1,100 food. So let's average this out at 1,000. That means that this single garden house, big garden house, will provide a variety of food that is enough to feed 10 people. If you struggle a little bit in the beginning of a new game to provide your villagers with food and get it all going, I suggest you build 3 of these big garden houses. Because your starting town usually has somewhere between 21 and 35 people, mostly under 30. If you build 3 of these garden houses, they will provide enough food to feed your whole starting village. If you build a 4th, maybe even a 5th at some point, you will have enough food for a while that can keep you going. That gives you a bit more time to build a farm, to get your trader up, to get a little bit more of a slow-paced game going. Is this better, or is it? I don't know if it's better or not, but it is a way to work with what the game offers you. I'm actually playing this game for so long that when I started playing this game, garden houses didn't even exist. All we could build were village houses. So the whole idea that I had a garden with my villagers wasn't just there. You just built village houses, and as soon as you had the 9 houses, you built a farm, and you made sure that you started producing food, because otherwise you will run into problem at the end of year 2. Then later on came the village houses with a garden, which are a big help, especially early game. But also later in the game, these can provide you a nice variety of different types of food that you can then resell. Of course, make sure that you build a granary with it. Tell that to buy food from this. And then also get market stalls where the people can actually buy that food. But if you just set it up like this, you have everything you need. There's even a button in the granary. I cannot show you in this one, but I can show you in another one. If I can find one of my granaries, of course. Here's one. Sets resource slots automatically. Buy from the locals. So let's say we build a bunch of garden houses here. We build the granary. We can click that button. And it will automatically set to buy products that the locals overproduce. And they will start to buy that. Then you have options in your market stalls to set the resource slots automatically. It will copy things from this granary, and you can quickly get everything set up, and you can start to sell the overproduce from these farms and distribute it between all your people. When should you start building non-garden houses? I don't know, whenever you feel like it. But I would make sure that you have the food for them. So that, I think, should be the only... that should be the only condition. Make sure that you can feed the people the houses that you build people for, the people that you build houses for. If you can feed them, build the houses, because you can always use the workforce. I think if there's one game where you will always want more people to come in, it's usually this game. And if you don't want more people to come in, stop building houses. But there's always more industries you can build or expand or whatever, so I would always do that. Did that answer your question? I hope so. Thank you for subscribing, Gina. Welcome in, Donnie. How are you doing? Sorry, I was so busy talking, I didn't see you coming in. How are you? Can you build a market in front of each large garden house? You can, but the market stall cannot buy goods straight from that place. So you need the granary for that. So if you build a bunch of big garden houses, make sure you have a granary that can buy from those. And then that can be sold in the market stall, because the market stall will come in and start to get the goods out of the granary. So you need a granary with that. It would be nice if you could just build a market stall and hook it up to a house, but that's not possible. Yes, thanks. I want more variety of deco. Playground, swings, pets, flower pots, a fishing dock for locals to go. Exactly, Karen. I want that too. I would love that so much. I would love that so much. Probably missed a few questions. I'll scroll ahead a bit. I wish someone tried to play through with no transport friction. EA, each market stall, each cottage, each building has a dedicated cart. Well, I'm actually doing that. Becker, welcome in. I have a series that I started a little bit ago. I think 4 or 5 episodes are now live, which is focused on transportation. That doesn't mean that every building gets its own dedicated cart shed, but a lot do. And we will also provide a lot of free carts for them as well. So yeah, that is up actually. Hello, Hiradev. Good to see you. How are you doing? You're working in the garden. Well, you keep doing that. Thanks so much for popping in. You just described my first playthrough. Everything you can do wrong, I did. I wish I was recording because it was kind of epic. Yeah, that would be epic. Hello, In Love for Rock. How are you doing? Impressive town, thanks you. I've heard you mention about not buying food from locals because it spoils. I have a trick for that. You only set 100 or 200 in the granary. Yeah. I know that. I actually use that trick too. And I always try to find those foods that don't spoil. But the best trick with that is make sure that you actually need that food in your market. So what I mean with that is, in most of my towns, I don't have to buy food from the locals because my farms and my windmill and my fishery and all and my cow sheds will provide enough food so that I don't need to buy from the locals. And if I would then still buy from the locals, then of course it will spoil. So that is a problem. So I try to only buy from the locals whenever I need it. You can see right now I'm buying onions and peas, although they're not really coming in because they need to harvest that soon. But I minimize what I buy from the locals to reduce the spoilage. It's all not a big problem. But if you do big numbers, then yeah, it can be a problem because it will just be a lot of food going to waste and they won't eat it themselves. But that's a good one. But you can see right here, there is food that spoils, but there's also like dried fruits that they can grow themselves. They can produce honey that will not spoil. And let me see if I can see if there's another one, but I don't think so. It's mostly dried fruits and honey that won't spoil. Oh, and the peas don't spoil. So if you only buy those from them and sell that, then you will have eliminated all the spoiling issues altogether as well. You just have to make sure that they produce enough of that. Now, most of this remains good for 18 months, so it doesn't spoil that quickly. But it will spoil in the end. Same with your potatoes and all. And that's also a thing about spoilage a little bit. There's 3 types of spoilage. Or 3 periods of spoilage. You can go to a orchard here. Here we can see it. We have apples on it. You can also have cherries or apricots on it. Cherries and apricots spoil in 3 months, which is the first stage of spoil. So some things spoil very quickly, like apricots and cherries. That's why I rarely use them, because you simply don't have the time to distribute them. And then they will spoil, and that's a waste. And they also don't have time to turn them into dried fruits quick enough, so you will have high spoilage. The next stage is 6 months. So there are crops and stuff that will spoil in 6 months. For most, the number is 18 months. So for potatoes, for a lot of those goods, the spoilage rate is actually 18 months. So you do have quite a while before it spoils. Same goes with the apples. It takes 18 months for the apples to spoil. The bar that you see here is not for all of the apples, but only for the next batch of apples to spoil. So it could well be that when this runs out, the apples, like 10 apples spoil, and then it is full again, because the next was just harvested. So don't be fooled by this number. Not all your apples will spoil when it hits 0. Only a batch, which could actually be all, but it's not likely. So for instance, in here we can see that there are potatoes that will spoil in a while, but it will not be all potatoes. So keep that in mind. And just try to get to products that don't spoil. Fruits will spoil, dried fruits won't. So make sure you turn your apples into dried fruits. That helps. What's the most efficient way to change the crops grown by a garden house? There is no effective way to change that. They will do whatever they please. Whenever a house is built, if they will have like apiaries, and you can also usually see the bushes that they will have for fruits. So we can see that these have a few. No, those are just normal bushes. These are houses that are built. Oh, we need a functioning tavern. We have to buy some booze, I guess. There's no real active way, as far as I know, to change what they grow. They will just grow whatever they please. It will change from year to year, so they won't always grow the same things. So if they have a lot of something, they will probably the next year grow something else. And especially for the big garden houses, that works, of course. So if they have already got 600 peas, the chance that they will grow another 600 peas next year is smaller. But it is pretty randomized. So I don't think there's an active way to influence it. There are people that say that if you place a granary out here and you give it a big demand for honey and then you start building houses around it, they are more likely to spawn apiaries. I've tried to test it, but I've never really seen that effect. So I don't know, maybe it is there, but I wasn't able to notice it. And I don't see any way to affect that. And usually I don't really need to. My method is to place a house on hold when building it. Before anyone moves in, I save the game, then unhold it until someone occupies the house. If they grow crops I don't want, I reload and repeat. Yeah, that is a way, but that is a very micromanageable way. And can you explain to me why you want specific crops? Like, I know I can get that you want most of them to grow peas since they don't spoil. But basically, most of these houses just produce for themselves. I want them to just eat their own food. If it spoils a bit, I don't care, not my problem. As long as they have enough food, they can eat and I don't have to supply these with food. Of course, if in the beginning, if you rely on big garden houses to produce a lot of food, then it can be interesting. But on the other hand, if you really need that food and you put it to market, people will quickly buy it and start eating it, so it won't spoil anyway. So I'm looking a little bit for a very important reason why I would want specific crops on the garden houses. And for me, I don't really see why. So I'm not really interested in going through the whole process of putting it on hold, saving up, letting a family go in. If I'm not happy with it, reloading and trying again. That's just way too much effort for me. But then again, everybody should play their own way. So if that is the way you play and you enjoy the game, please go ahead and do so. And have a lot of fun with it. That's something I don't understand. Peas do not spoil, but they are veggies. Veggies usually do spoil. I know it's not real life, but still. Yeah, that's true. Well, you know, if you think about the game, there's a lot of things that don't really make sense. Like, we as the city pay everyone for their labor. So everybody's basically employed by the city. Which is interesting because a smithy is not employed by the city. It should just have its own business and it should just make money. But apparently that's not how it works. We really need iron, by the way. But we pay the smithy. All carts in town are owned by us, except for when we hook them up to a certain building, then apparently they are hooked up to a certain building. But we have to pay all the carts yet and place them. We have to buy all the carts and place them. So basically they're all owned by the government. I would think for an economic system like in a game like Ostriv, it would make more sense if when I build a smithy, it comes with a little cart parking and it has a cart in it. Or a system where the smithy has to accumulate enough money, and then he can buy a cart for his little cart parking from the smithy, and the money flows from him to the smithy. And then basically you can see your town develop and your whole infrastructure develop, because in the beginning you will only have buildings where there is already room for a cart, but the building owner, the production facility owner, cannot afford a cart yet. And then later on, when they get more wealth, it's actually also giving you an incentive to get your villagers a bit of wealth. They can own a cart and they can buy it, and it will be placed into the smithy, and they will also have to pay for its maintenance and all. So it's taken out of the village control. I would actually like a system where not all money and everything is controlled by us, but where things go a little bit more naturally. So you know, a villager has a certain amount of money, and the money flows around within the village. So the smithy buys a cart from the cartwright, and the money goes to the cartwright. And then the cartwright goes to the smithy, and he buys a few metal parts for the next cart. A system like that. I don't know, might be way too complicated. But I would actually love a system like that. And the whole system right now, where we pay everyone, we tax the crap out of them. We own all the carts, and we have to place all the carts, and we decide where everything goes. That, of course, is also not how it works in real life. I don't think villages are built where the state will own all of the carts and decide where to place them all and stuff like that. I don't think that is how it works. But yeah, in the game it works. And that's the same with the peas. Apparently peas don't spoil and other fruits do spoil. It is what it is. I cannot change it, unfortunately. You can dry peas. Ah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Hello, Nastasia. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? I was watching on the television. Had to transfer to my phone. Head out to work. Can't miss put on this stream. Ah, you have to head out to work. Well, I hope you have a good one at work. Thanks so much for popping in. I really appreciate it. Barber surgery. Why is it called that? Because it's the barber, and it's also the person that you go to for some health stuff. So, you know, he can sell you some medicine and things like that. It's actually not that uncommon for places where the actual doctor was also the one cutting people's hair and all. So it's not an unusual combination, and that's why it's called that way, because it's basically a doctor and a barber in one. That's actually historically accurate. So that's why. But it always sounds funny to me because we don't have something like that in the Netherlands out here. But it is actually not that uncommon. The Ostriv videos are amazing. Thank you very much. I like watching building games and thinking is one detail that sets each game apart. What is this one little detail you like about Ostriv? The one little detail I like about Ostriv. Well, actually, the most amazing feature to me is the kind of the freedom that you have. What you see in a lot of these games is that in essence they've built a very nice city builder, and then they start to completely beep it up by adding buildings with crazy short ranges. So you have to go, you know, you have to build a police station every 10 meters, and you have to build a fire station every 5 meters. And if you have one building that is slightly out of its range, it will start to catch fire and the whole village burns down and stuff like that. And it's just taking away from the whole idea of building a nice town. And this game, yes, there are ranges. So if I go, I can show you one of the ranges that's in the game. If I go all the way up here, you see there's nothing. And if I go all the way up here, it says, warning, no market stalls nearby. So yes, they have a range. Now, if we go back, we can see the closest market stall is here. So you can go quite far before they run out of that range. So yes, there are ranges in this game, but they make sense. People can actually walk a little bit before the things are out of range. And a lot of games get that wrong. They build, in essence, a very nice city builder, and then they do everything they can to limit you in every single possible way. And they think that poses a challenge, and that is fun. And I absolutely hate it. I want the freedom to build a nice town. And yes, there can be a few limitations, no worries. But stop. You know, there's no grid in this game. I love it. That's amazing. There is no violence in this game, which is on purpose, and you will never see any violence in this game. I love it. If games have like bandits and stuff, they can still be fun if I can turn it off, because I don't want to do all that fighting stuff. A good thing about Manor Lords is that you have the option to play in passive mode. Thank you very much. I like that. Manor Lord's still a crappy game, but it's getting there. It will in 1 or 2 years it will finally start to be a good game. But that's actually one of the good options. You have a peaceful mode. But yeah, most city builders in the end mess up their own game by adding all these limitations, having all these short ranges for buildings. And that's what I love so much about this game. You have so much freedom. I mean, we can build in different shapes. We can build houses with gardens, without gardens. We can place them however we want. There's no grid system. There's nothing stopping us except some elevations every now and then. We can build really everywhere. I can rotate it all sides I want. I can start out and build a town where I just import a lot of stuff. I can build a game where I'm totally self-sufficient. I can build a game with no row houses. I can build a game with 100 row houses. I have all these freedoms, and the game doesn't try to steer me all the time, doesn't railroad me all the time. Only in the beginning of the game, you have to get to 9 houses. You have to provide some food and stuff, but that's also a way to learn the game. And then you have a lot of freedom. And I can decide whether I want to go for salt, whether I want to go for beer, whether I want to get soap, whatever. I decide. There's no real demands for any of that. And I love that about Ostriv. You can do whatever you want. Whew, well, that's off my chest. So yeah, that's it. And yes, Ostriv is the bestest. Absolutely, Karen. Alright, let me get up here. Let's see what I missed. I had a problem with my doctor's house. No one would go there and they left because they were bankrupt all the time. Our population was over 500, placed close to residential. Weird. One thing that relates to that is you can have the tax set too high. So, they were not making enough money for the tax. You can also build it too early. You need a certain amount of people to get a certain amount of sick people that actually go there and be fixed. If you have only a town of 200, there might simply not be enough sick people to give the barber surgeon enough money, and then they will go bankrupt and they will leave. So it could also be that you don't have enough people in. Other than that, I can't really think of why it wouldn't work. Right now, this town actually has no barber surgeon yet, because we don't need it yet. And we already have 900 people. So yeah, we could use one right now. But just don't build them too quickly. Don't tax them too much. Make sure that they start to accumulate a bit of wealth, and then it should work. I actually have a town. I think it's the other one. I'm not going to load it up, but it's the historic town, where I have like 1900 people. And I think around 1500 people I built my second barber surgeon. And it actually struggled to make do, because there weren't enough people sick to go there. So that's probably the reason why. If you have only a town of like 400 people, there might simply not be enough sick people to keep the barber surgeon going. Maybe something that will be implemented. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. For me, it is probably realistic building constructions and the gender aspect, both with managing people and some animals. Yep. And what I also love about this game is that every single building is historic. And everything in the game is usually historic. They do a big job with checking everything, making sure that it's all adding up. For instance, the church, you can look up pictures in the official Discord from Ostriv, and you will actually see pictures of this church. All of these buildings are depictions of real-life buildings from the area, from that time period, and they are very big on historic accuracy. So that's pretty amazing. Dit uit de soep is van gedroogde erwten. Ah, dat is waar, dat is waar. Dus die kun je bewaren. Heb je helemaal gelijk in Wrinkled Egg. I'll switch to English again, but I got an answer in Dutch, so I had to answer in Dutch. And before I continue, let me say thank you again so much for everyone for being here. I love doing this stream. It is very much fun, and that's mostly because of all of you and all the amazing questions and suggestions I get. So keep them coming. And thanks so much. I hope you enjoy this. If you haven't done so, please hit that like button. It helps this stream out to be picked up by the YouTube algorithm. I'm trying to grow my little channel a little bit. So, you know, if you want to do that for me totally free, please do so. Thank you. It almost sounds like you like the game. Nah, I'm not a fan. I'm its biggest fan. There is a grind in the game. It is in a grid in the game. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If you take a close look at the game, there is actually a grid. I showed this to, I believe, TripKip a while ago. I will show you the actual grid. It's quite hard to see, but once you see it, it's very hard to unsee it. You can see right here, there's a line here. right to the right of my fence. Because this map is built of little areas. Basically, this map is built of little squares. And every little grass square is exactly the same. And you can see it like this. So you can really see the lines out here. So let me highlight a few more of the lines. Here's one. Here's one. And they're also going this way. You can see a little shade here. You can see another little shade here. You can see a little shade here. I sometimes get questions from people like, why can you build so straight in this game? Well, one of the reasons is I sometimes try to follow this grid. So I will rotate this building around until I see, oh, it's on this... oops, that's the wrong button. It's on this bottom line. Then I will go all the way to the side, follow that line, try to make it go on one of these lines, and then you go like this, and then you all of a sudden build something of a straight house because I follow the actual grid pattern that's on here. So there is a little grid on it, you just have to look for it and find it. But yeah, you can see it. Let me just delete this because this is just a waste of time. And then I'll get back to checking out the chat. I've seen some new people arriving. Hello, hello, welcome in. Feel free to ask all your questions or give suggestions or anything. We want a map editor or a map generator. Absolutely, but there will also be mod support and all. I think Kevin posted a link to the official Ostriv site, ostrivgame.com, I believe, where there's a roadmap of what is all supposed to be in the game. And modding will be added at some point and stuff like that. But yeah, a map builder would be nice. That will be so much fun. It's strange that there are no wars there. That's on purpose. The developer from this game is from Ukraine. This is actually playing in Ukraine. And of course, there's now a big war going on in Ukraine. And it's also affecting the dev. That's also why some developments go way slower. And he made it on purpose that there will absolutely be no fighting. This is a peaceful game on purpose, and I love it. I think a crossover between Ostriv and Foundation would be fun. I'd like to see Foundation people wandering around an Ostriv city and vice versa. Yeah, that could be fun. Or an option that you can link towns via multiplayer, so that I play this town, and when you're playing at the same time, we can link our towns, and then we can trade between each other, something like that. I would think that could be fun as well. So that, you know, I build up my town, and I start trading with you, and that could be fun. I don't think it would be fun if you'd build one town multiplayer, because, you know, you'll just be fighting over who's gonna get priority in the build queue, and you all have seen my build queue in my playthroughs. They're usually really long, but yeah, it can be fun. Hello, Clifford, welcome in. Greetings from Mauritius Island, Indian Ocean. Wow, hello, hello. Greetings back from the Netherlands. How are you doing? You're probably in here for a while already. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to go over all the comments. But welcome in. Hello, how are you doing? I love your genius microeconomics move in the current playthrough where you radically lowered wages and prices in order to have enough volume of money in the economy. Thank you. Yeah, it's just the way I handle it. There's different ways to do it, and they're all working out. But this is just my preferred way. But thanks. I put the taxes to 0 and they winched with no money. I ended up destroying it and moved to a different place. Aha. Well, it could be an access problem, but that you might have noticed that people were not getting in. But I think it's just a matter of not enough people being sick. Fun talking about a game you love as much as me. Yeah, that's very nice. That's very nice. But yeah, I love you just as much as the game, Karen. I don't think that was what you meant, but... The grid needs to be more detailed, and you should be able to define how visible it is. That last thing is actually very true. I wish you were able to activate the grid for a little bit. So that you can see it somewhat clearly. Although, now that it's not that clear, it really forces you to... you know, get creative, build free, don't put up a grid build. I mean, look at this. This already looks a little bit like a grid build. That's why I also try different shapes and all. But, you know, my brain works in grids and nice clean patterns, which is why this is already quite tough for me. But yeah, it's nice. I don't want too big of a grid, although you can clearly see the grid out here now in the distance. Because it might just make... A lot of people just build grid towns, and I just encourage everybody to, you know, Use your imagination. Build different shapes. Use decorations. I mean, decorations make a big change in how a town looks. This looks all empty. This has trees and stuff and makes it look different. This whole area looks different because of the trees. I think, at least. Thank you very much, Karen, for that wonderful donation. That is so much appreciated. Thank you so much. You're amazing. I think somebody asked about my graveyard. Here we have a small graveyard. I might need some extra space for it soon. But yeah, I wasn't really getting into, you know, really playing this stream. I was thinking of answering a lot of questions, but yeah, we might have to build a graveyard soon somewhere. Haven't decided where yet. Thanks for the tip. I'm blind, sometimes I can, but most times I can't see the grid. Yeah, that's true. It's quite hard sometimes, and especially in some angles. About the barber shop, I think the problem is related to the wealth of population. I think they don't go if the wealth is under 100. I can for sure tell you that is not true. And Cooper can actually confirm that. Cooper once did a town. Let me go see if I still have that save in here. It was Bull Hill, I believe. You can see all my saves. Look at this. Yeah, here's Bull Hill. This is Cooper's town. It has 3,000 people in. The game time is May 1920. So it is at least, or it is 200 years old. It may take a while to load because it's a very big town with lots of details in it. When you're OCD, it's helpful. Yes, it would be very nice. So here we have Bull Hill. I've actually done a dedicated video showcasing this town on the channel and talking about how it all set up. And also, if you want to see that, go ahead. We can see right here, his wealth tax threshold is 20. So people in town won't have more money than 20. Now we can see that the barber surgery tax is 18. If in Love for Rock, if it's true that under 100 wealth people won't go to the barber, then we should not see any tax money coming in from this. But it does. He made 2,500 in tax from the barber surgeries. So people go to the barber surgeon even if they only have 20 wealth. And we can actually check if it's working out like that. So let me just pause for a second. Wealth. We can see the wealth everywhere is below 20. And yes, people go to the barber surgeon. So it is a persistent myth that people will only go to the barber surgeon if they have accumulated a certain amount of wealth. But that's not true. They will actually go and get healed up if they need that. Even if you have very low wealth set. I have my wealth normally set to 40. Cooper had set it in his game here into 20. And it still works. They still go to the barber surgeon. We can actually try and figure out to find one. He has 12, so he has a lot. Here we have one, and we can see previous month income 90. Previous month income 46, 94, 100, 68, 94. So people will go anyways. So I hope this is proof that you don't have to get them a high wealth. I know this is also something that's been talked about in the Ostriv Discord. And some of the important people there keep pushing this. That you really need a lot of money. And I'm not going to go against them because they sometimes get very pissed at you if you don't agree with them. But the numbers here show that they're wrong. So, you know, I don't know what else to say. By the way, if you want to see an impressive graveyard, there it is. This is Cooper's traveling. Look at this. Oh, I can show you his town. Where's Dekachi? If you want to see that the amount of stuff goes up, this town is 200 years old. And Cooper has a trade going of 1 million, almost 500,000 charcoal. And another one of 2 million charcoal. And another one of 2.5 million charcoal. So yes, demand goes up and you can make a ton of money on selling goods. You just have to keep selling. The demand will go up and you can make so much money. That's why he has 1.5 million on the bank here. Because that's what he has, 1.5 million. So that's how it works. You can really make a ton of money. And yes, then it's really worth to keep selling charcoal. While you can all look at the graveyard right now. Thank you very much, Zwartekat. And thank you very much, Karen, for becoming members of my channel. That is so much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I love it. Thank you. Hi, Rina. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? How do you expand the map? Is it by buying land? Nope, you cannot expand the map. The map that you start on, that's it. That's what you play with. There are different sizes, though. It doesn't clearly say when you load up a new game. But if you start playing them, you can actually see that not all maps have the same size. And one map actually gives you a little bit more room than another one. But there's no way to make your map bigger. I like your Ostriv videos. Ah, thank you so much. I like your nice comment. I would like to be able to place trees and bushes in rows, just like the graves. Ah, so you want this option for the trees. Ah, yeah. I get it, I get it. Although, I think it will be nice, you know, to mostly place them separately. But yeah, for this it could be nice. And they will always be spaced out because you can't place them too close to each other. So yeah, that could be a nice option. It's a good thing, Clifford. I like that. Yeah. Been a fan of yours for multiple years. It's time to become a friendly member. Ah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You only show one of the two graveyards. Yeah, I will show the other one. Been loving your Planet Crafter streams and love Ostriv. Ah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I believe we're also considering getting Subnautica 2 once it releases. I'm so excited for it as well. I'm considering it, yeah, but of course I have only limited time usually for stuff, so I have to see, and of course I also have to get the funds to buy it, but I will work on that. And now that we're all here anyway, and I all appreciate you so much, there we go. Let me go check the other graveyard now. Where is it again? Is it down here? Nope. Coops, where is your other graveyard? I have to find it. Oh, here it is. Here's the other one. So he has more. He has so many graveyards. And so many death people. But hey, he has 3,000 people, which is very well done. I love it. Such a good town. Congratulations, everyone. Hope you will enjoy your free membership for a month. No villager over 20 wealth, barber surgery wealth 2,500. Yeah, even if you put up the tax for the barber surgeon quite high, they will accumulate money, and it's very tough to really tax it all away. So the barber surgeons will have like 142, 3,648, 1,224, 15,800. You can tax them more, of course. But, well, why would you if you have 1.5 million in the bank? So, yeah. When do you expect a big update? I think the developer is in contact with you. You're doing a great job. I'm usually not in direct contact with the developer. Whenever I really encounter a bug or something, I do send him an email. But I'm not really in regular contact with him. I have no clue. And I also won't go out and ask him. I just let him work on it. And we'll get it whenever we get it. I would love to get it. And I would love to have it yesterday already. But I don't have it, so... How long does a grave of a person stay in a graveyard? Forever! Is the idea. I actually don't know if you can just delete a grave and then it will go away. We can actually try that. Sorry, Cooper, here goes your town. So, it doesn't even have a delete option. So, it doesn't look like we can actually delete a grave. And it should stay here indefinitely. So here you can see what a person did. He was born in July 1842, died in August 1912. He stopped working at the warehouse because he got sick. Then he had the flu. Then he stopped working at the warehouse because he got sick. He started working in the forestry. So you can see what life he had. He was married. He had a kid. But you cannot remove a grave, so they will stay indefinitely. So you have to manage that carefully. But you can see this is a 3,000 people town. There's still plenty of open spaces, lots of big garden houses. So yeah, if you want, there's a big open space here. There's a little bit of space here and here. So you can even grow this town if you want to, but you have to manage it all, so that can be quite tough. Look at all these big fields, by the way. Wow. But yeah, he seems to have managed his town pretty well. Only a few cards needed and everything just runs smoothly. Now let me get back to the Q&A stream town. And see what else we're going to talk about. There we are. I didn't save when we built these little houses, but that's okay. We don't need it. Here's my other small graveyard. Ah, we already built the extra graveyard. Do we still have some space open? Doesn't look like it. So we might have to build a few extra graves, actually. I think we're out of graves. But I'm not 100% sure. Let's just build a few and see what happens. But yeah, people stay in the game. So if they die, they will be put in a grave and they will just be persistent. So... The graveyard mechanic is nice, but quite repetitive. It would be good if some families stop paying for a cemetery spot and somebody else can use it so that the graveyard is not too large in the map. That is true, but on the other hand, we've seen Cooperstown, which was around for 200 years and has 3,000 people in it. And I can assure you that 1 or 2% of people actually play that far into the game with that amount of people. And even fewer people make a town that old. So, in general, you won't need a graveyard that big. Because I rarely see people actually playing the game for 100 years, let alone 200 years. And if you play it for 100 years, then you still won't have that many deaths. So, I think the game is not really designed to have very long play. It's just the fun of building a town and managing it and all. And I think most of us really grow their towns relatively quickly. That's also some of the things that I've been hearing. This town is now 19 years old. We started out with like, I don't know, 25 people. We now have 942 people. That's quite fast in 19 years. And I know that quite a few people actually play the game quite a bit slower. Their development is just slower. They take their time to build stuff. They enjoy it. I know there's also a lot of people that play on speed 1. I usually play on speed 2. Speed 1 is a bit too slow for me. Speed 2 isn't 2 times as fast. It's 5 times as fast. Keep that in mind. And speed 3 is 12 times as fast as speed 1. So that is also a thing. So I normally play 5 times the normal speed. But yeah, I'm quite familiar with the game. I know the mechanics and all, so I can develop my town relatively quickly. I know a lot of people don't do that. So even if you play the game for 100 years, I don't think most people will build a town even up to 2,000 people. So you don't need that much graveyard space. And of course, with the burial plots, if you use the row function, you can see they're all placed very efficiently. So you can build a lot of graves in a very small area. So even if we go like this and then we'll do another row. See, you can build a lot of graves in a very small area. So I think you don't need that much space for it. Now we have to delete them all. I would like a bulldoze tool, you know, to get just rid of this whole thing at once. But this is a thing. So you don't really need that much space, I think. But yeah, it's fun to build a very long-lasting town, accumulate a lot of wealth and... But that's also one of the big things with Ostriv. You set your own goal. So this town that I'm building here on the stream, I used just for fun. Just because I love playing this game and I love to chat and all. So I play this game and have fun with it. And that's what this town is for. This is just to have fun. We try different ideas. We try different shapes. Just for the fun. I also have my historic town. Where is it? Historic village. There it is. This one was built with the purpose of trying to make it somewhat like an historic town could have actually looked like. And that was from the start till where we are now. So when we started this town, we started somewhere here. We started out here. So we built some houses along the river with a garden. Then we started to grow a bit. And I was thinking, like, what would an actual town be built like? And then we built a nice church in the middle and then built a city area with roads in and out. And so this town has a completely different goal to the town that I just showed you in the stream, where I was just having fun and trying out different things. So every town has their own idea and their own goal of how I want to build and what I want to do. And that's one of the fun things with this game. And I know one of Cooper's things was to make as much money as he could. And he ended up, I believe right now, Cooper, you have a town that's almost 200 years old, where you have at least 2 million in gold, which is a lot. So I've never made a goal of that because I'm not really interested in the money. I just want to make enough money so that I can trade and all and keep my town going. I just like to build, build lots of trees and beautifications and all that. But yeah, that's different goals. And the town that I'm doing right now, I'm going to give you a little sneak peek into the transport series. So this is already further than you have all seen it, because I've already been recording a few episodes. The goal of this town, of course, is efficiency. That's also why I keep it more straight and why I have built so many carts. We have 142 people, and this town already has 56 carts, and we're going to get more because we already have space for more. And the queue is already way shorter than it was, Sabauma, so it was even longer because I had to plan out a lot of stuff. But yeah, this town is built for efficiency, so every market stall here will get his own single cart parking. This one will have its own cart parkings close. So yeah, right here in the whole area where we have our clothing industry, we're gonna see a lot of these cart parkings, which already looks completely different from my other towns, because they are not focused on transportation, and this one actually is. So each town is different, each town looks different because of the goals that you have. And if you have a goal in mind, like get as much money as you can, you will make a different town than when you want to build the most beautiful town. So yeah, that's interesting. Now I'm going to go away from this one, but hey, you got a little sneak peek into what's coming in the next 2 episodes for Ostriv in the coming week. It will be built up. Grid building. I will defer from the grid, Roadhog. I will defer from the grid at some point. Just not right now. Early access. Yeah, this is just... It's been in early access for a very long time. It's still an alpha. But it has been that for like years and years and years. At least 8 years. But it's such a good game. I don't know why AAA Studio can't build something like this. Because this is so good and done by a solo dev. Hij is de beste speler. Did my ancestry and I am 15% Dutch. Nice! Welcome to the club, Karen. You missed to remove 1 grave. Oh, really? Oh, well, it should be gone now because I didn't save up after I placed the grave, so it should be gone now. Thanks for picking that up. Mouse drag to select something could be nice too. I bet all of you have clicked multiple times on the same fence and missed it. Yep. Oh, that happens so many times. Luckily, you do have the option to, just click and click and click, and then you finally get it. But yeah, a little drag option can be nice, but like if you do a little drag here, there's so much to grab, so sometimes it can also be a pain if you have a drag option, because you need to just point and click correctly. The good thing is, of course, we can zoom in quite far, so you really can see what you're clicking, which is good. And that's also something that I would suggest to you. If you play this game, don't forget to zoom in every now and then. So far in the stream, I haven't done it, but just look at all the graphics. Look at how things look from up close. Here we have the tavern. We've placed it into a little area with a lot of trees. And you can immediately see how it looks up close. We have the arch here. It's been covered by the trees. People can get in here. We have these little sitting areas created here in the tavern. I would love to have some picnic benches and all, so we can make this look even more like a tavern. But just zoom in every now and then and get a feel of what your town looks like. The graphics of the game are worth it. I mean, look at all the nice flowers in front here. They have a nice porch here, and then it just looks so cool. And also the villagers walking around. Look at this little kid. He's been getting water for the household. He's been carrying the bucket. There he goes in. It's so cool. I mean, look at this view of the church. I love it. All the flowers, all the stuff. Somebody's sitting on a bench here. Zoom in every now and then. It is worth it. Here we have the row houses also looking lovely. You can see the difference in heights here. That's because of the terrain. There's no way to help that right now. I wish there was, but right now there's no way to adjust that. I hope they will fix that because, I want this to just be perfectly straight. But maybe that comes. Hello, Brand E. Welcome in. Do the villagers ever visit the graves? Yes! Villagers visit graves of relatives. Let's just go in here. We can see there's graves on both sides. It might take a little bit of time, but here goes somebody. See, this guy is now visiting the grave, visiting a graveyard. Let's see, it is Nazariev Petrovsko. and he's visiting Makar Petrovsky. So he is visiting a relative right now. They actually do that. So having a grave is very cool. My town is now 3.6k people and 1.4 million profit, 127 years old. Oh, so another 75 years and you'll have like 3 million. 8 years already. Time goes fast. Yep. Do the villagers ever visit the graves? Yes. I know. I meant early viewing of the YouTube series Town. Ah, yeah. That's early access. Oh no, but this game is also early access. But yeah, that was early access to what you're gonna see soon in the YouTube video. But should be working. Is there fishes in the transport city? Not yet. In the transport city, I don't have fishes yet. We'll have to get to that. If you've been watching the I need to slow down a little bit with all the talking. The thing with the town where I do the transporting is that in order to get all the buildings in the right places and set up the transportation with it, for my brain, I need to set out whole areas. Let me just show you. Where is it? Yeah, here. Let's get into it. So in order for this town to work and to really set up the whole area for the clothing, for instance, these are the tailors, the shoemaker, here we get the weavers. In order for it to work and to know that I have set up cart parkings for all, I need to set up this whole area first. Normally I wouldn't do that. I would just get a weaver, a tailor and a shoemaker and that's it, and I would leave it and then fine. Because of the whole transport setup, also with all the storages and stuff, it takes a lot longer for my town to develop. So this town is now 5 years old already. We have only 142 people, which for me is quite slow. I usually have more people by now, but I just have to set up each area to also include the whole transport system, and I know that in the end I will be happy with it. So this town takes a lot longer, and therefore I haven't even gotten to fish yet or some other things that I would normally have gotten to, because I still need to make sure that every area is completed. So things will take a little bit longer in this town than you expect from me, because this is a whole different build. So I hope you will understand that, and things might just take some time before you get it in. But in the end, we will get fish, we will get chickens, we will get sheep, we'll get probably most buildings in the game, because I love to do that, and I love to build a nice, self-sufficient town. But yeah, it just takes time. And that's it. That's all of the extra sneak peek. But we'll get fish there, that's for sure. Now I get to start another Ostriv game. I love starting new games. Oh, that's one of my favorite parts too. Starting out a new city, getting the basics up, letting it run, and then develop it a bit. That's so much fun. At some point, when you have everything, it gets a little bit harder to stay motivated sometimes. Because you're like, okay, well, I kind of made a few mistakes, or I would have done a few things differently. And then I usually just start over again and get going with a new game and try to fix those little mistakes that I think I've made. And then you find new ones, or, you build for a while. But it's my full intention, both for the series that I already had with the beautiful town, or the historic town. I will still make episodes for that and put those up. And of course, I'm going to continue the transport series for hopefully a very, very long time. It's a completely different build for me, so I'm really enthusiastic about it. The visitor is related to that one. Great detail. Yeah, that's actually it. So they will visit relatives. Are you planning to compress this stream into a video? Not yet, because that is a lot of work. So my idea, all streams that I do will remain live on the channel. So you can just watch this stream anytime you want and have a lot of fun with it and just, watch it. Maybe I can do a few timestamps so that I just rewatch it, and then, when we start to talk about the economics, I can make a little timestamp so that people can watch, people that watch it can just, see, oh, and that timestamp you start to think about, you can talk about the economics and we can go to that. All of you can do that too, by the way. If you just leave a comment and you watch the stream and you see, let's say at 6:35 I start to talk about economy. If you in the comments put up 6:35 economy, and then you do a few timestamps and you post that, the video will know that you have added timestamps, and it will make those included into the video so that people can quickly go around and see what's in it. But yeah, if I find the time, I will make some timestamps for this, but I will probably not compress it because that's just a lot of work. And what would I cut out? What would I leave in? I don't know. People can just watch this whole stream. Hopefully I answer a lot of questions people have. And then we'll see. And of course, if you still have questions, send them out right now. Because I want to answer all the questions. So please go do that. I think episode 5 you got cows in the transport series. Yeah, I think I do have my first cow shed up. Do you ever use the stone roads? Rarely. And I can show you why. You can see right here, for instance, I have my road here and I have a lot of trees on there because I like to decorate my town up. The problem with the stone roads is that you cannot build anything on it. So right now you can only... you can do like a bit of pavement like this. You have only got 4 squares, so you cannot make more than 4 angles on it right now. And once you've built it, you cannot place a tree on it anymore. So you will end up with empty roads made of stone. I don't care about empty roads made of stone with no trees on it. In Alpha 6, or one of the future updates, they will add the multiple points that we talked about. So now all of the fields have only 4 points. All of the garden houses can have only 4 corner points. The roads as well. That will change. We will get, I don't know if it's an infinite number or it's still a fixed number, but we will get a lot more options to make nice shapes. If that comes into the game, we can actually either plant trees and build the stone roads around it. Or I would like them to add an option where you build the stone road and then you are still able to plant trees on it, and it will leave a little bit of an area open where you get some soil in or whatever. If they add that, I will start to use stone roads in my cities, and especially in the city center and all, because I just love to use that. But not when I cannot put a single piece of decoration on it. You cannot even put a bench on it as far as I know, and I want to be able to do that. And as long as that is not possible, I will not be using stone roads, because you cannot decorate your town anymore. That icon in the distance, seen on 3 buildings. What does it mean? This means that the storage of the building is full. You can always hover over an icon and see what it means. So this now has everything. 20 logs, 20 logs. It will store 10,000 wood. It actually has 14,000 wood. 10,000 firewood, 12,000, 5,000 bark. It has 8,500. So the building is completely full. So if I see this icon, I'm usually not troubled, because it just means that our people work very hard and they are filling up storages. So this one is completely filled with bricks, because we're not doing anything with the bricks at the moment. And they will just, they will now not work. That's the only downside to it. They will stop doing a job because they cannot get rid of the stones anywhere. But that's it. So it's usually a positive icon that I don't really mind. Ooh, let's make some money. Oh, we only have 120 shoes right now. That's not so good. Let's not do any of this. We need iron though, because we're out, so let's buy iron. And that should be good. I did my taxes last week and well, also meant that you probably made some good money, I guess, but I don't know. I don't want to get into that. I wonder if there are any of the developers watching. I have no clue. I honestly have no clue. I don't know. I found you through the Transport Town series, so maybe I should go back and watch the other one. I think the one where I start the somewhat historic town can be a lot of fun to watch. And of course I have a few... I have a tip video. I have a video where I talk about the whole food, how that works. I show all the calculations with the farm, with the garden houses, so you can see what you actually can expect from a garden house and how that goes, and what to expect from that. I think there'll be a few interesting Ostriv videos in there if you are new to the channel. So yeah, I think you should watch that. Are there any more questions, my lovely friends? I hope so. I must say, I love this stream so much. Let's do another one. There we go. That's it for today, though. But, yep, there it comes. What are we selling here? Ah, firewood. We have a good spot for firewood. That's nice. We had a few people running out of firewood in here. Now they're not running out of firewood anymore. You can see these all have their maximum yield of 400 because there's no roads close, which is nice. Hope you will all enjoy your free gifted membership. Just got here, love your videos. My question is, how do I get more laborers in the early game? That is a good question, interesting question. I'm not going to say good or bad or whatever. It's an interesting question. There's different ways to look at that. So one way to look at it is what I see happen with a lot of people is that they want to get everything from the start. So you build a new town, and let me go here. You need a few production facilities, of course, when you start out a new town. So as soon as you start your town, you build your forestry. So yes, we have to get a forestry. Then we have to make sure that we also get a clay pit. Oh, luckily there's clay here. Then you build your 9 houses, and then of course you have to get your smithy going, because we have to start turning the iron that we have in our storage into tools. We need to get the cartwright to make us some carts so that transport goes more efficient. We have to go get the thatchery, because we need thatch for all of our roofs, and to get more houses going, because you only have enough thatch to build your first 9 houses, and then you need extra thatch. And then, of course, we also need to get a trading post before we run out of iron. Otherwise, we have an issue and we can restart the game. Because if you run out of iron and you don't have, or nails, and the smithy needs iron to make nails. If you run out of iron, then you have a problem. So you need that one. This is a lot of jobs. If we go check our other buildings out here, we can see we already have a trading post. You can have 7 jobs in your trading post. Your town hall that you have, where you have your people that actually built your stuff, it has 7 people in plus a mayor, that's 8. So we have 8, we have 7, that's already 15 people. A smithy can house 3 people. The cartwright can house 4 people. The thatchery can house 4 people. So if you are not careful and you fill out all these buildings, you already get up to like 25, 35 jobs just for the basic industries, and you have no more laborers. So before getting into any other industries than your basic ones, make sure that you get housing going. One thing I would add is a farm, so that you can actually produce some good food. But what you can do instead, of course, is build large garden houses. One large garden house can provide you with food for 10 people. If you start out your town, you usually start out with only a little bit below 30 people. So 3 garden houses, big garden houses like this, the maximum size, will actually get you food for your whole starting village. So you don't have to worry about food anymore. So just build 1, 2, and then another one. Like this. Too long. Let's make it slightly shorter so that it will work. These 3 houses can supply your whole starting village with food. If you build 3 more, you'll be good for the next 2 years, because you can feed 60 people with 6 houses. Of course, you need houses for all the other people, but you can just build a bunch of regular houses. That's fine. Now, if you get up to 100 people, you have enough people to fulfill all the basic jobs, get the farm going, and you have a few laborers. I would then start to slowly expand my town and get into, get a cow shed, maybe get a salt works, start working on your clothing, on your shoes a little bit, but do that slowly. You also don't need to put people in buildings and max it out. In the beginning, if you remember from my, let me go there. No, I'll just stay here for a while. Your forestry can have up to 7 people. You only need 2 people to have them chop a tree and actually bring in the log. So in the beginning, you can do with 2 people. Or maybe even 3 or 4. But that's it. Leave the rest of the 3. You don't need them. These all work is done. They don't have to do anything. So I can take a few workers out actually if I want, so that they can do some other stuff. So don't max out your buildings in the beginning. That's also another tip. But yeah, I would only build extra industries when you have the people to run it. And that means people to run it and some extra laborers. And I see a lot of people just building industries like, I now want clothing, I want shoes, I want this, I want that. And then you have a town of 250 people that have jobs for 500 people. That's not going to work. So try to balance that a little bit. And that really comes down to pacing yourself. You really want to have everything. And I know I'm one of those people. I usually have these horribly long build queues because I want as much as possible quickly, because I want to have a self-sufficient town, and I want this, and I have this idea, and I want to build that there, and oh, I have a brilliant idea, I want that. You can even put it in, just don't put the workers in straight away. Or put only one worker in it in the beginning. When you are building a new town, one smithy can keep you supplied for a while. You don't need extra smithies. Just make sure you set it up so that everybody can supply it, that it has a good supply, and then one smithy can do it. As soon as you get up to maybe 50 people, get a second smithy. You don't need to fill out the buildings. That's the best way to maintain your labor force. Don't grow too quickly with jobs. Grow with people. That will be my... I hope this answers your thing. Go slow on expansion until you get 100 people more or likes. I think you should go slow on your... or maybe slow is not the right word. Hook your expansion up to how many people you have. So if I go to the jobs here, I can see here how many people I have, how many adults, how many kids, how many are educated. I can also see how many are working and how many are laborers and how many open vacancies I have. My unemployment now is 20%. We have 116 people looking for a job, which is actually quite a few. But for me this is good, because that means I have a lot of laborers that do work. If this number gets really low, up to like 4, 5, 6%, then you have way too few laborers. So you can actually see it here a little bit and go over these numbers and see how many jobs you have available and try to work with that. Here we can see the average village growth, which also looks interesting. But just, you know, as soon as you feel like, okay, I have plenty of laborers, all my industries that I have are running, then you can take the next step and build up another industry. And take into account that, you know, if you're going to set up your clothing industry, you need a weaver, you need a tailor, you need a transport system. So you might need at least 6 new families in to supply that. So if you set up that area, also set up 6 new houses so that you know that you have the people coming in afterwards or before, that doesn't really matter. But make sure that you grow with the amount of jobs that you create. That's usually a good rule of thumb. So in the beginning you have to build extra houses to supply your main starting industries, and then just grow with the amount of people, just grow your amount of people in conjunction with how many jobs you are creating. That's probably the best way to put it. Hey Bodyshot, good to see you. How are you doing today? Hello Blue Elaine, welcome in. How are you doing? Hope all is well. Doing okay, hope you guys are good. I'm fine, thank you very much. I keep watching unemployment. Yeah, that's one way to keep track of whether you can create more jobs or not. I always feel like the numbers are a little bit off though, because I have only... in here it says I have only like... now only 10 people looking for a job, and then you look here and it says open vacancies 19, which is already higher than what we saw up here. So there is always a little bit of a discrepancy in here. I mean, unemployment is 25%. A quarter of my population doesn't have a job. I think laborers are not counted in this. That's why this is. It says here 144 people are looking for a job, and here it says only 40. So something must be going wrong here. And I don't really know what that is, because looking for a job 150 and 40, that's a big difference. So I think something in the numbers isn't adding up, and I haven't been able to specify what that is. I'm still searching for it. But yeah, that might be something to look in the future. More questions, let's see. I still had some questions here. How to quickly find educated villagers is a question that I got in. Basically, there is no way to quickly find them. All you can see in your overview is how many of your people are educated. We have almost 1,000 people. We have 200 people educated. So about 1 in every 5 villagers is educated, which is just primary school. We will get more educational things in later in the game, but they're not in yet. But right now it's just primary school, and that's 206 people. Why do we need that? Well, for instance, manager jobs need to have at least one type of education. How can you see the education of the people? Simply click a villager. You will see this person is Paulina. She is 50 years and her education is none. You can also see the quality of their clothing. So this is full quality clothing. So she doesn't need any new clothing soon. You can see what they're doing and you can see their personal log, what they're doing in the village and all. Now, if we click the manager, you will see this has education primary school. That's what you need for a manager position. Now, there's different manager positions. You have them in the farm. You have them in the cow shed. For those, you really need an educated villager. Also for the school, if you want a teacher, that person needs to be educated. The counselor, I believe, needs to be educated. More of this will be added into the game later. So if you think like, oh, this is an easy system, there will be more different types of education and more different demands in the game later. Sometimes it can be take a little bit of time before an educated villager goes to do a specific job. Why is that? Well, if we click this right now, it might just see we get one immediately. If you have a small town and you do have educated villagers and you don't know where they are, what will happen is you start to ask for a manager. So you click this and you will get like the question mark like they're hiring, but there's nobody coming in yet. What will happen is an actual person that has the education and lives by close enough will finish their current job and go home and take a rest and all, and then will reconsider her job or his job. If they can find a better job, they will job hop. People do actually job hop in the game. So it's not like they start out in the cow shed and they will do this forever. If they can find a better paying job that is nicer for them, they will do that. So it might take a bit of time, but if you have educated villagers, they will come in. Why is that? Because the manager wage is quite a bit higher than the worker wage. So you don't really have to actively search for educated people. They will go do that highly educated job because it pays more. The only thing can be in the beginning. Let's say we've set up our town right here. And we have the cow shed here. If the educated worker lives all the way here, it might be too far to actually take that job. That can be the only case why they will not go in there and do that job. But if you make sure that you have enough houses close by, they will go in. So, mostly there is no need to actively seek out which villagers actually have an education, because you can just open up the job, make sure that somebody will try and go in, and even if they don't come instantly, just let it be for 2 months and you will see after that period there will be a worker in there doing that job that has the right education. And the game should be programmed in a way that even if you don't have that villager that has the right education, the next immigrant family that will come in should have an educated villager. I don't know if that will be in the game persistently, but for now it is in the game to ensure that people can get educated villagers. But it's also a reason why I always tell people to start with a primary school relatively early in the game. Because it will take quite a while before these grow up and will actually be able to use around your town as educated villagers. So make sure that you get your school up, because this kid is now 15, so she will get into the workforce anytime soon. This kid is only 10, so it will still take 8 years before they can do a regular manager job. This one is 13, but yeah, it will still take time, so make sure you have that time. So start educating early so that you get a group of educated people that you can use in management jobs later. Is it worth increasing the pay for any jobs 100 to 130%? I do increase the labor jobs like hay and charcoal. Yes, that is worth it if you want to prioritize certain jobs. So for instance, now the farms are all harvested. You can see all the crops are off the farms. There's nothing laying on the farms. They're now just processing it in here. And all my farms are done, so nobody is hiring any laborers. Why is that? Because I've increased the pay to 150%. So as soon as the sowing or the harvesting starts, everybody that's looking for a job will go work at the farm because it will pay more. And that has a reason, because I want to take everything off the farm before the winter comes, because everything that's still on the land when winter comes will perish. It will be instantly removed. So I want to have the harvest in before the winter. Now it's only October, we still have November to go, so we are well beyond that, so that's good. And everything is taken off the land. I usually do the same for my charcoal piles, but a little bit less, up to 120%. because a lot of industries need the charcoal to keep going. So I don't want to run out of charcoal. That's also one that I do that with. For most other jobs, I usually don't really mess with the pricing unless I need to really give it priority. It is basically a way to prioritize different jobs. In a lot of games you have other options to prioritize certain jobs. You can just click it and say, oh, prioritize this. In here you prioritize basically by paying. So if I have a certain job that I want them to do at some point, but it doesn't really matter, you can lower the wage for it. So it will be all the way to the bottom because it pays not so good. So that is a way that you have to prioritize at least labor jobs. But you can also change the regular pay, I believe. You can also change the regular pay. So if you have trouble hiring in the right buildings and you want more people in your farms, just raise the regular pay. And people are more likely to do this job than another job. So you will see ladies switching from another job and work in the farm. That's another way to deal with prioritization of your workforce. And it's not a big problem as long as you have set your wealth tax right. Because although you are paying them more money and you will lose a bit more money from your city funds, that family will acquire wealth quickly. And as soon as they hit my threshold of 40, I will start to tax them and we get that money back. So it's not a big problem that we pay them more. They will just acquire a certain amount of wealth faster. And then we start to tax them and we get that money back anyway. So it's not a big problem for your city funds, except of course for when you have low funds. Then it might be an issue and then you might have to lower wages a little bit. Other than that, it should be all fine. Hope that answered it. Message in from Balaklia. What should we do? Let's buy some iron. We're running through the iron. Let's buy some stones. Not really playing the game, actually. I'm just showing stuff. Now, you can see here we've built up basically a starter town, except for the houses. They're building a house right now. Oh, no, they're building the farm right now. But yeah, this is a little bit of your starting industry that you need. I do have a full beginner's guide consisting of 2 episodes. One will cover the whole first year. The other one will cover year 2 to 5, where I will give you a lot of tips on, what should you do, what should you build, which order can work for you, and how can you get everything in time. So if you want that, just look it up on the channel. It's a beginner's guide if you need a little bit more help with that. We can see here that the trees have grown, and right now 68 trees are ready to be cut. 306 are still growing. Or there's 306 in total, 68 are ready to cut. Out here we have 118 already done and ready to cut. This is fully put in. And what I now do once this is done, I can tell them to start chopping trees in here. They will chop all the trees slowly. When they're done, they will start to replant it. Then we can switch it to this one. They can start to chop these trees and then replant it. Then they can switch to this one, chop all the trees and then replant it. And by the time they're done with this one is fully grown again and we can go back again. So we basically generate an infinite amount of wood that we can create. It just requires a little bit of micromanaging, turning the tree chopping on. So let me just turn it on right now. And that should be good. Ooh, we're out of plots for burial. We need more burials. Then I will answer the next question. I already see one popping up, but let me just give them a few burial places. Not that it matters because I don't think we're going to continue it like this. I'll probably... If we're going to stream this again, this game, I will just start where we left off last time. That's probably better. Because I haven't been playing this very seriously now. Just showing up stuff. Can you go over orchard and where you need workers for them? Yes! I have an orchard right here. 3. So, when you build an orchard, the trees need to be planted. That's the time when you put in 5 ladies or men, but I usually do ladies because this is a job that ladies can do. And there's only so many jobs that only ladies can do. So I always use ladies for this so that the men can do like the building and all that stuff because the ladies cannot do that. Then you have to make sure that all the trees are planted. After all the trees are planted, get everybody out. Because for the next 2 years, you cannot do anything with it and they will not bear fruit. But that 2 years is not a fixed number. Why not? Well, trees must be at least 2 years old. And they will reach the maximum yield on 5 years old. You can turn on gradual harvest. Well, that's all very interesting. It doesn't specify the specific months in here, but I have them set up in here. From July on out, you can start to harvest the trees and get, in this case, apples from them. July, August and September are usually the months where you get that. So then I have 5 people in them. The rest of the year I have 2 people in them. Why? Well, when they're done with the harvest, I still want them to turn all the apples into dried fruits, because apples will spoil in 18 months and dried fruits don't spoil. So I need workers in there to actively turn it into dried fruits. So during the harvest I have 5 ladies in, afterwards only 2, and they will work the rest of the year until they're done to get those, to turn all the fruits into dried fruits. Now, it will only start after 2 years if in January the trees are already 2 years old. If the trees, let's say the trees get 2 years old in April, that whole year you still will not get any fruits out of it. So you have to wait until they're 3 years old. So they have to be 2 years old by the start of the year. And that year you will get the first yield out of it. So usually it will be that they will be like 2.5 to 3 years old. Then you will get the first fruits out of it. And then you can set it up like this. You only need people in there for 2 or 3 months. I've done 3 just to be safe. Sometimes you can also do it in 2 months and get the harvest in and then, get 3 ladies out and only 2 can make all the dried fruits. Now we have 3 orchards, which means that on the high months we have 15 people working here and in the low months only 6. So that saves up 9 workers that can do labor duties around town for the rest of the year. So that can be very helpful. And we still get a ton of dried fruits out of it. If we take a look at it, they get us yearly around 10,000 apples. And they turn that into 10,000 dried fruits. So yeah, we get 10,000 food out of these orchards per year. 3 orchards, just a few ladies, and we get 10,000 dried fruits out of it. At the forest, do not forget to set cut to 0 when they plant. Otherwise they will both plant and get tree from the closest place. And they will go over the whole map to find a tree to cut. Yeah. I had done that. I've actually not activated it again, I believe. So it's set to 0. So now I should just tell them to also chop. To also get logs and wood and all. Otherwise they will not do anything. But yeah, now they will start to produce and make stuff. If you are planting them right here, make sure that's a good one to set all of this to 0. Otherwise they will do multiple jobs. So they will both plant and walk all the way here to chop a tree, which will take them a lot of time. So you probably should not do that. Good tip, Cooper. Thanks. I've been watching and really enjoying your playthrough in Dutch. It is translated for me and I find it a wonderful introduction guide. I'm not a beginner, but it learns something each time. Oh, very nice, very nice. Maybe at some point I can do another one in Dutch. I don't know, maybe. Going on a 4-hour stream. Yeah, well, I have a lot of fun and it's cool. So yeah, I can keep going. Can go indefinitely, of course, but if there's more question, I'll keep going. I got another question. How would you feel if Ostriv implemented the tech tree and research mechanics? That's a question from Patmos that I got on YouTube. I have been thinking about that for a little bit, and I don't think I would be very happy if we got something like that into the game. What I love about this game now is that you have so much freedom. We can build this town. I actually did a challenge, I already talked about it, where I was trying not to import any iron. So I started my town, I got up the basics industries, and right after that I built my first ore mine, I built my first smelter, and then I started producing my own iron. And I'm a bit scared that when we get a system where, you have a tech tree and all, some things will be locked and the game will be even more railroaded. Because when things are locked and you have to unlock them first, you will see people always do the same thing. And what I like so much about this game is that we can do different things every now and then. So I can build a town where you don't build a farm at all. You just do garden houses and you just manage with that. You can build a town where you don't build any garden houses, you just build regular houses and you build farms. I can do a town where I never build any iron industry, like on this map, because we don't have any iron here. I just get the smithy and we import all the iron. Or I can do a run through where we build our own smelter and stuff and we don't ever import iron. And with a system where you have like a research tree and techs and all that you have to unlock first, it doesn't feel right. Plus, I don't think it's how it works. People don't set out to go do research on something and then there wasn't somebody sitting here like, oh, I want to make a steam locomotive. Let me just work on it for years and then we have a steam locomotive. Sorry, a little cough there. That's usually not how it works. A lot of things are found out by accident. Sorry, I had to take a sip from my drink. I do like a system in this game where, for instance, if we want to get to... if you want to get to building a brick house, we need to get to bricks. In order to get to bricks, we have to build the brickworks. The brickworks require stone, and once you get into the whole process of making bricks, we need sand, we need charcoal, we need clay, we need water. So you basically need to set up a whole infrastructure before you get to bricks. Bricks require a lot of people. The whole industry to get to bricks requires a lot of people. So there kinda is a tech system in the game, but it's called development. We develop our town in such a way that we can support brick production, and that will unlock the brick house. So yes, when we start a new town, we won't be starting out with brick houses because we simply cannot get to that specific product yet. And that's how I like this game and how I think it should progress. So I'm okay with having more buildings that require a certain input that you cannot get early game, but you can get later in the game. For instance, right now, for the dried fish, we need to get salt. Because you have salt, you need salt to dry the fish. So it can well be that early game we build a fishery and we just get the fish, we distribute it, the people eat it, and that provides us with food. And then when we get up to, let's say, I don't know, 250 people, we can support the salt works and we can produce our own salt. And then we can tell the fishery to no longer produce fresh fish, but produce dried fish that won't spoil anymore. And that is a way that I like to see tech develop in a town. But not with a tech tree and not with, oh, we've built a forestry, we've built a clay pit, we have built a smithy. Now we can unlock the cartwright and we have to pay 5,000 wood. And oh, now we have the cartwright. How? How does that work? What's that for system? I don't understand that. And still a lot of games use a system like that, where it actually doesn't make sense. If you build your game properly, like this game, you simply cannot start out by building row houses. You have to get the infrastructure up, you have to get all the resources up, and then in the end you can build the row houses. And yes, if you push for it, you can build it relatively early, but that's a choice. And then you build a town focused on that, and you can actually do that if you want to. And that's how I think a game should be. And not have like a tech tree and that kind of stuff. Perhaps a date-based unlock of some industries. Well, why have a date for it? I mean, who decides the date? And what, like, why can I not do something on the 31st of December and why can I do it on the 1st of January? I think those are only ways to make sure that you stretch out the development of a town. Or you stretch out gameplay, basically. So they railroad you and they want you to go through certain steps so that they can assure a certain amount of gameplay and they can assure a certain amount of difficulty. I'm not playing this because I want this game to be difficult. I'm playing this because I want to have a lot of fun with this game. And I will make it difficult for myself if I want to. So... And I'm also, this game is very big on historic stuff. So all the buildings are historic and all of that kind of stuff. But the whole economic system has nothing to do with history. This is not how it works. The state does not own all the carts. The state doesn't decide where all the carts go and stuff like that. The state doesn't pay all the workers, If the smithy hires somebody, the owner of the smithy should pay for it and not us as the state. So there's also a lot of stuff in this game that are not historic. If there is going to be something in the game, why should it always unlock at a certain date or at a certain tech development or at a certain... Why? Maybe I can focus my town in such a way that we discover that earlier or that I can do that earlier. That's the whole fun of a game like this, where people told me that it's impossible to never import iron in your game. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to try that. And I managed to build a city where I did never import iron because I got the iron industry up before I ran out of iron. So it is actually possible. Now that's maybe not how the developer wants it. He only wants you to get into iron once you have 300 people, but I don't care about that. I want the option to at least try to do things differently than how they should be. And same with the Steam engine. There's quite a few inventions that needed to be done before we could get to the Steam engine that were done in the 1500s. If people had done a few things differently, the Steam engine could have already been discovered in the 1600s. But people went down a different path. But if you can choose the other way, you can already get the Steam engine way earlier, because it was technologically possible. So it all depends a bit on, and it also depends on, like, we think that, you know, when the industrial age started, we all started to use fossil fuels and all that stuff. No, people were already using coal and all that stuff for 500 years, just in a little bit of a different way, not as efficiently and not in a steam turbine thing, but they were already using those fuels. So it's not like because of the Industrial Revolution we started to use fossil fuels. We already been using those for ages. So it's like, who decides when something unlocks then and why? If all the prerequisites are there, I should be able to use it. But that's my take on it. And I'm very happy that Ostriv does not have a tech tree. And I sincerely hope that they will never add something like that. You know, make it a challenge for me to meet all of the resource requirements so that I can get to something. And maybe some people will need 500 people to get to it. Others will need 400 people to get it. Maybe somebody who's really good at the game can do it with only 300 people. Kudos to you. That's how it should be, in my opinion, and not having it railroaded or, you know, have things locked in by a tech tree. I don't like that. I have seen Jess with that, and I don't like it that much, but can play them. Yeah, there's games that have tech trees. I play a lot of games, city builders with tech trees, and I play them, and they can be fun. But I love the organic system in Ostriv. That's why, for me, Ostriv is by far the best city builder out there. It has such good mechanics. Like the market system in Ostriv, with a good range, with how it works, is perfect. I don't understand why in Manor Lords they built this huge dumbass system from the get-go with how the market works. It is in no way accurate. It is just a cheap cheat to do it that way. They already skipped that method because it didn't work out. But they still have not implemented a serious market strategy where villagers actually go to the market, they buy their stuff, they go home, they have a good range to it. I mean, you've put so much time into a game. It's not that hard. Ostriv does it, and it's not a very hard system. Why do people always have to come up with these weirdest mechanics if you can just make an accurate mechanic where somebody leaves their house, goes to the market, buys something and walks back? I don't understand it. People run faster than a train. Yeah, that's true. That's true. When can you put your speed up to 3? Whenever you feel like it. But again, there is a bug with the speed. So speed 3 will actually skip time. So it's now on speed 3. So what do I mean with that? If I run the game at speed 1 and I tell the game to build this house, it might take the game, let's say, a month exactly on speed 1. If you do the same thing, but then on speed 2, it might actually take you a month and a couple of days, because the game time will get twisted a little bit. If you run it on speed 3, it might actually take them, that same building, 1.5 months to build. Now, it is a small difference, but it is a difference. And what will happen is, especially when you start out your town and you really need to get your first industries up, you have to get the 9 houses before the winter. If you run it at speed 3, you might actually end up not getting everything done in time, and you might lose a family or 2, which is not something that you want. I think as soon as you are gone past the first year and your stuff is settled, nothing will go wrong anymore, you can run speed 3 whenever you want, because there's no big time problem anymore. But in the first 9 months, you have a time issue with getting all the industries up. That's why I would never recommend you to play Speed 3 then, because it will just make it more difficult in essence. That's true, it will make it more difficult. It is still very well possible, I've done it many times. But yeah, it will make it a lot more difficult. And is especially for people that are just learning the game, it's not the preferred method, I think. So, you know, just do that. But yeah, you should do it the way you want. I mean, it's your game. Let's see. What else do we have? What else do we have? I'm looking forward to being able to make funky shaped markets. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to the update where at least most of the buildings and the fences and all can go in all the crazy shapes. At least the farm fields and the garden houses and all those can be in more shapes than the four corners, which will be very, very nice. So I love to have that. And I'd love to see how that changes gameplay, because it will change up the look of towns. So that will be very nice. So running on Speed 3 increases difficulty. Yeah, kind of does that. Yeah, that's true. Ostriv and some other city builders simulate every citizen. This is quite hard to implement and hard on your resources while playing. True, true. But I expect Manor Lords to be, especially with the money that they made, to be at least as good as Ostriv. Preferably better, because they made millions on it. And it sucks. So, you know, it's a bad game. Do you think we're just getting more control points or curved lines? What the update showed, but you can actually look that up on Steam in the Ostriv site. It's the April patch 9 hotfix 54. You don't really get curved lines, you just get more points. But of course, if you place enough points close to each other, it will kind of look a little bit curved. But yeah, you can easily look it up on the site. But you can at least make more shapes and more interesting shapes. I don't know how many points there will actually be as a maximum. But it will be interesting. I'm just looking here. Oh yeah, I have a share button here. Copy the link. So let me quickly do this. If you click the link, you should get to the Steam post that actually shows you pictures of what it will look like. So that you have some information on that. But it should be at least better than we have right now. And of course, we always want more. But it should already be a lot better than this. So, but it doesn't look like curved lines. Perhaps when the years get to the 1850s, perhaps you can build a train service unlock after 125 years. Might be an option, but otherwise don't make options unlockable. Yeah, well, I think... the game so far is still focusing on getting everything into the game that the dev has intended. I mean, we're all so familiar with the game and we all love it so much. But it's only been a few years that we actually have row houses in. They weren't in the game when I started playing it. There weren't garden houses in the game when I started playing it. I think one of the focuses of the game in the future might be more the later game stages. And yet the question is what the dev has in mind. Is in his mind to make this game to last 300, 400, 500 years and really have a technological development in it? Or is it to, you know, set the game in this certain time frame? If you want to play it for up to 300 years, that's your thing. But trains and stuff are basically never going to be it, because it should still look like a 1700s town. I don't know that, but I think it will be that last option. So, because I guess also when we get up to like the 1900s and the 2000s maybe, you will need a lot of different house types and a lot of different building types and all that kind of stuff. So there will be so many changes in the game. We might get rid of a lot of the wooden buildings that we have right now for the smithy and all. They might all turn into stone, but that will require a lot of extra buildings and all. So I don't think that will actually be the goal of the dev. I think it will be the feel of a 1700s town in this game, and that's going to be it. We have actually families moving out because these people don't have food and they don't have water, so they're all moving out all the time. Sorry people, but yeah, you were never intended to be there anyway, so I'm just going to leave you now. But then again, modding should be an option in the future, so if you really want to, you can probably mod in a train or whatever. I mean, I'm really hoping that they will add more decorations and all. and like kids play stuff and that kind of thing. But if not, then I hope a modder will get it in when modding is enabled, so that we can at least have a ton more decorations, you know, and build a nice children's playground next to the school and somewhere in the village and all that kind of stuff. And I want like create some log benches and a nice fireplace and all that stuff. So get picnic tables, that kind of thing. So I hope that we can get that into the game at some point. It will make it much nicer to beautify the town. When is the update launching, and will it be available globally or just region? I think it should be available globally, because everything in this game is available globally. I have no clue when it launches. Nobody knows except the dev, but I think he also doesn't know. It launches whenever it's ready. And so far, all that we've been getting is, first of all, he's in Ukraine, which is a problem with the war and all. So he has to see whenever he can work on it. And there will be some massive changes, and that just requires a lot of rewriting and recalculating and rebalancing, and that's what they're busy with. And I think they've underestimated that a little bit in the beginning, and they're up to speed now, and we have been getting a few regular updates over the last months. So yeah, it'll just come out when it comes out. I'm not waiting on it anymore. We'll just wait and see. Like, it's not like I'm anxious for it, like, oh, maybe next month, maybe this. It comes when it comes, and then I'll have a lot of fun with it, I hope. I flip Mana Lords. I keep going back to Ostriv. Even Banish is outdated now. True. Same here. Very few games have good modders. Depends on good, I guess. I mean, there's a lot of games out there that actually have good modders. There's actually quite a few games that would not be out there being played so much anymore if it wasn't for the modders. So there is that audience for it, and I think for a game like Ostriv, there's a diehard fan base for this game that just love this game for years and years and years. And I think that there will be quite a few people into, you know, building nice mods for this. I usually don't do anything with mods, like creating them or trying to make them or whatever, but this might actually be a game where I'm like, you know, if somebody can teach me how, I might actually go and try and make some mods, and, you know, if that's what it takes to get some nice playground stuff in, I'll give it a go. I would love that. I still go back to Banish just to remind myself where it all started. Yeah, well, you know, I also play stuff like the Settlers from way back and all. That's all fun. So many nice city builders from way back. I used to play a game called Knights and Merchants, which was also a very fun city builder. I loved that one, but it's very old. Just give me a challenge, but not on speed. One, I stay at speed ×2, usually aim at 200 years. Yeah, that's true. Well, we once did a challenge. I think the video is still up, where I challenged my Discord community to build a nice market area. And then we had a prize for the nicest looking market area. I think the video is still up there, where I go over all those market areas. But yeah, we can hold different challenges, you know, build the nicest graveyard, build the nicest school area, build the nicest market area, build the nicest clothing area, you know, get the most money. There's a ton of challenges that we could do. Settlers was class, great game. Well, the older Settlers are. The more it progressed, the worse it gets, I think. But yeah, the very old Settler games are really nice. I love those. They're so fun. Mega Mod for Banish is good. I still love that game. Yeah. I haven't played it for so long that I really have to get back into it if I really want to play it. So I have to do a lot of learning again. I mean, I've been playing so many games over the last couple of years for the channel. So I would really have to put in a big effort. But yeah, it can be really fun. There's so many nice games out there. Alright, are there any more pressing questions that you want to ask so that I can ask them, or I can answer them, or somebody in chat can if I don't know the answer? I think I've covered most stuff. There's one interesting question from Kevin, and I already know that I am not the person to answer that one. He has the question, how do I avoid investing in too many buildings too quickly? Well, that is exactly my problem, hence my big build queue in my transport city. Yeah, the thing is, you just have to keep your goals in mind, and then sometimes it is necessary to invest in a lot of buildings, because otherwise you cannot plan out an area properly, like I have in my transport village. But other than that, you know, just build in small portions. So, you know, build a little area of 6 or 8 houses. we can actually do that right now. So, you know, I can be like, okay, you know what? We need to build a new area. We need to get a few extra people in. So, you know, we build a small area. I need a bunch of houses here. Let's do it a little bit different than from the other area here. So there we go. Can we do that? Yes. So let's build a small area here. Let's go like this. Let's build houses here. And there we are. All right. Now we need a well in here. Otherwise the people cannot have their drink. There should be a market somewhere close. Ah, there's no way in here. See, this is the icon. The path to the building is blocked. So all these houses are placed too close together. So you cannot reach that well. So we leave an opening there. We build the well in here. And now you can pace yourself. We now wait until they're almost done. And then we start to set up the next little area. That's a way, of course, to think about it. And to pace yourself. But yeah, it can be dependent on your goals with the game. And what you need to do to achieve those goals. And sometimes you need a little bit longer build queue. The good thing is that you can easily switch buildings around in the build queue. I love that. That's so good. So you can just say, oh, I want this, I want that. You can even pause a building or continue it. So that's very good. You can always, you know, switch things up a little bit. I actually would like a little tab here so that you get like, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe make it up to 10. That you can see 10, and then here we see one extra icon that says plus, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, depending on how big the build queue is. So that you can still see the next buildings up on the up that you're going to build. And that if you click that, it will expand it down here and you can still move things around. And that it won't just be one long build queue. That is something that I would love into the game. But yeah, other than that, you know, just pace yourself. Or, you know, if your goals need it, then get a lot of buildings in it. I don't mind. Yours would be 60 plus. Yeah, I think so. I usually build long build queues. I know. I'm so sorry. Must be impossible for you all to see what we're building next. Luckily, I'm usually trying to, you know, follow a bit on what we're building. So you can still see some stuff being built. And I talk a lot, so I probably told you already 3 times that the next building will be that. But yeah. I know. I should work on it. But for the infrastructure town, I really need to plan out whole areas. So, yeah. It's just what it is, I guess. I think later on in the game we can do a little bit smaller areas at a time. But I just have so many ideas and so many things I want to do. And I'm like, oh, I want to do this. I want to do that. And, you know, since you won't believe it, but I also have a personal life. And I do other things than sitting behind my computer making videos and live streams. And, like, the past week and the coming week, my daughter has holidays. Now, last week, wifey also had holidays, so I had a bit of time to do some recordings. But the coming week, I don't have any time to do recordings. At least not planned. Because when my daughter is at home, I always want to be available. And I want her to have access to me. So I'm not going to lock myself into my room for 3 hours and make recordings while she is also out doing stuff. But I also don't want to be interrupted while I do a recording. Because I might not be able to edit out stuff that she screams or whatever. So I usually make the choice then to not do recordings at all. Now, it can well be that she's going out and she's going to play outside and I'm like, okay, I can give it a go. It will be okay, but I usually calculate I cannot. So I already made all recordings for the coming week in advance because I probably will not have time to do any. And that happens a lot. And then sometimes... So I've already recorded episodes 6 and 7, I believe it is, for this week. I recorded them 5 days ago, I think. So it can well be like maybe even 10 or 14 days before I get back into the game. By then, I might have forgotten the plan that I had. So that's why I usually try to build up a whole area when I still have the plan. So that at least that area gets done. And then I might start a whole new area that I didn't think of last time in the next recording that I make. But at least I finished that one area and I know still what my idea was. That's how I try to do it. And that's why you sometimes see longer build queues. Just to get the idea out of my head. So that at least it gets fully built. What is this life you speak of? Yeah, I know. Maybe I'm just kidding myself that I actually have that. But, you know, I try. Here you can actually see the white line. So there was a little blockage issue. Happens more on higher speeds. Somebody was standing in here. And then the building got fully built. And then it actually gets placed into the game. Because right now they can still walk through anything. And as soon as it's done, that will no longer be able. But then if somebody is standing inside and he's at the same time plotting a route to go from one building to the next, all of a sudden there's a wall in his way and you see the white line as a pathing issue. There's something blocking him. Then he will reset himself, he will get outside, and then he will still go to the place he has to go. But you will have that white line. Next time we reload the game, this white line will be gone. If it keeps popping up, then there's a persistent white line issue. There's a persistent pathing issue, and you might have to change something up in the game because you might have messed up where people actually can walk. That's a little tip. And I build new home blocks. I always move up the well to be built first. When new people come to town, they always need water. Yeah, that's one way to do it. I think there should be a well right here. It has plenty of water. There's another well here. It has plenty of water. So I usually just do it somewhere later on. But there's usually enough water around. Right now in town we have 27,000 drinking water spread out over town. So yeah, we should be good. We should be good. Amen to that, Karen. Leave Ukraine alone. Wow, it's 11 PM for you. There it is. It is. It's actually, I think it's time to slowly go put this lovely stream to an end. I think I've answered most of the questions, and we're not really seriously playing this. I'm just showing a lot of stuff and use this as a trial game. But yeah, it has been 4 hours now. Wow, I think that's a new one for me, and time flew by. So I have to tell you all, thank you so much for joining me in this little Q&A. That turned out not to be so little anymore. It is now actually 4 hours long. I had a great deal of fun. I hope I could answer some of your questions. Thank you, Cooper and others, for also sharing all your knowledge about the game. Because without all of you, I would not been able to answer all the questions. Thanks for all the questions and all the fun. Thanks for all the laughter. It was very, very nice. I think I'm going to put Ostriv back in a prominent list on my streaming schedule. So we'll be doing some more streaming with it as well. I'm not sure. I will probably just continue the town that we have right here from the original save, so that we can really continue it and work on it. And of course, I will have the series going on. I will be doing 2 episodes a week for the transport series, and I will try to squeeze in every now and then an episode with the historic village, historic looking village. And of course we still do it in some other games, because there's more city builders out there that are also a lot of fun. Not as much fun as Ostriv, but they are a lot of fun. So we'll keep doing that too. So thank you all so much. I really loved it. I had an amazing time. Thanks for all the questions. If you have more questions, always feel free to comment on my videos, ask any of your questions, do me any suggestions. I will try to work with them. And maybe if I get enough questions or topics to talk about, I might do another one of these streams. But I don't think we have to do one very soon again. But yeah, I'm always willing to do stuff like that. For now, I wish you all a great and fun and amazing week. Have a good time. And I will be back on Wednesday, I think, with another stream. We'll have to see what we're going to play then. Might be some more new cycle, or we do some Ostriv, or I don't know yet. If you're going to bed soon, sleep well. If you still have a day ahead of you, have a nice day. And take care. See you all, hopefully, very, very soon. Lovely people. But for now, it is bye-bye. Zwaai.